Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of the United Adventure Company Plays. Welcome home. It's season 2, episode 1, and we're so glad that you're here with us. Thanks so much for coming in and hanging out. We are missing a player tonight. They are experiencing some internet difficulties, so we'll deal with that in story as we have to. But everyone else, so glad you could make it here with us tonight to play. I'm really excited about this. What do you all think about this new overlay? Let us know, chat. This is one of the new overlays that we commissioned for the season 2. It's a Nautiloid, the ship of our party. So go back and make sure you watch season 1, see how they found it, catch it up on the YouTubes, where we are archiving all of our Dungeons and Dragons and other games that we play. I'm your host, Dungeon Master Jackal Crossing / Billy, and I know that we have a few new folks. I saw we got a new follow. Thanks so much for that new follow, Lantern. It's good to see you. I'm glad you could come and join us tonight. It was fun watching you play some Baldur's Gate earlier today as well. And happy belated birthday to you. So thanks for being here. Let's if we don't mind, let's do a quick round of introductions so the new folks that are in chat that aren't familiar with us can get to put a face with a name, and then they'll know who the characters are as we go through. Lindsay, would you like to start?
Well, I've been called upon, so I guess it doesn't really matter if I'd like to start.
You can say no, and I'll just go to say no, and then hand it off to whoever.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I am Lindsay. I am playing Brata, the half-orc barbarian. And she is very much a tribe-oriented, person with a mindset of, tribe first always. And that's pretty much what I'll say about Brata.
General badass.
Hell yeah.
You know. Let's go catty corner to the bottom left of the screen to Rick, RB.
So yeah, I am RB. I play Veil of Shadows, the Tabaxi rogue, orphaned as a child, but grew up very much on his own. Let's see, what can we say about Veil? He is very unpredictable. We'll say that.
That is one thing to say about Veil, for sure. You want to hand it off?
Sure. How about we'll go straight up. We'll go to Clark. Angela.
Hey guys, my name's Angela. I'm playing Clark Gale. He is an Aarakocra fighter samurai. He's mostly focused on balance and keeping the party in check. Mike?
Hi, I'm Mike. I am playing Furbolg, and you can't see me because the overlay
gods have frowned upon you.
Yeah, the overlay gods have frowned upon me, but I'm here. I can't tell which direction I'm supposed to lean in to be in frame.
I got you. You're getting there.
I was leaning the right way.
Yeah, right perfect.
Furbolg is our friendly party druid and animal lover of the group. Mostly hanging out with these people because he grew up with them and he thinks they're cool enough to hang out with in general. And always down to make so many animals appear.
So true, indeed. And we'll wait just a few minutes. I do see that our other player is attempting to join the call. So we will give him a few minutes while we run down some stats. So in 1 year,
here.
You're there.
Yes, he is here. Hey.
Yay, you made it. You want to give us a quick intro of that's cool, man. We'll figure out it. If something happens, we'll make do with what we got, man. Glad you could make it. You want to give us an intro of your character, please?
Yes, Professor Mashes is a goblin artificer, artillerist, who always seems to have an agenda. He's got a plan. He's got a goal in life.
Well, if nothing else, you should always have goals in life, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's green.
He's green. Yes, he is
Mhm.
green because he's a goblin, and he's goblin-y. So
Goblin-esque even.
goblin-esque, even, yes, indeed.
Goblin-esque. Yes.
So if you want to make sure you get all the behind the scenes stuff, make sure you're up to date on our full schedule of games, when we're going to play what, make sure you join our Discord. I think somebody will throw that link in the chat for us, and you can you'll be one of those folks that shares funny memes and talks trash about the characters and gives me ideas on how to make their character lives really difficult. We do have other games that we play as well, and we always invite people in our Discord to come play games with us, like Call of Cthulhu, Delta Green, Tales from the Loop. So many games that we play. So we're looking forward to some new games this fall and this winter, as we have some one-shots coming up. Also, if you missed anything, I mentioned it earlier when we first started, our YouTube channel. Make sure you hit us up on the YouTube. We're at 500 views on YouTube, y'all. That's really huge for us because it's just our archive channel. We don't do any live streaming there anymore. So I noticed that we're at 500 views today and 20 subscribers, I think. So that was really cool to see us hit that milestone. If you see at the top of your screen, we have a goal in mind here too. For Halloween, we would like to have 100 followers by Halloween. That really helps us out, and we're gonna do something really special for Halloween. We have a lot of one-shots planned. From Weird, which is Jesse's game that he created, we've been playing on Tuesday nights. Hopefully we get that one back on Tuesday nights as things get a little bit back to normal for Jesse and his group. Anybody have anything else, or are we ready to get into this where we left off?
Well, apparently my power may be back on at home by the end of the week. Regardless if it's not, I have to go back home because my son has to go to school and my wife is a professor at the university.
All right, so we're getting you solar panels and
lots and lots of batteries.
And lots of batteries for your Wi-Fi hotspot, right?
Yes.
Or your 5G hotspot.
Well, if it's not on when we have to leave, we found a generator and it's supposed to be powerful enough to run our entire house. So
Sweet.
Fantastic. I'm happy for you, man, that you're finally going to be heading back home. It may not be the most ideal conditions, but I hope that you find your house intact and all of your belongings still there.
Yes, very much so.
Me too. Me too.
Anybody else have anything? We're cheering for you, Jesse. We really are.
Jesse.
Thank you.
No, nothing else? All right.
Nope.
Well, folks, we're going to jump right back into this right where we left off. We can do a short recap of season 1, episode 20, and then we're going to jump right into season 2. I got to get my been out of practice for 6 weeks because I had to work the entire month of August. And you followed the path, and the trees got larger, older, taller. Some of the trees in this area are at least 8 foot in diameter. Eventually, you'd expect to see a village gate, perhaps walls and a guard post. This has been common in your travels in other villages and towns you've been to. But you don't. You do, however, hear the sounds of a village. You smell the smoke from cooking fires. You even begin to see a more distinct path with wagon tracks. Wagon tracks, Ruby? Wagon tracks. As you look around, and eventually as you get closer, the village starts to come into view. The village is built in the oldest section of the forest, where trees are 20 to 30 feet in diameter. They're about 30 foot off the ground. You see rope bridges hanging high in the treetops. Wooden bridges connecting treetops swing high above the ground. And then you see an elf standing on a platform, and they call down to you, "Greeting, travelers! Why, you must be weary from your journey. Please come rest. Take a load off in the Smoking Hollow Tavern, for you are expected." And a spiral wooden staircase appears at the base of the tree and slowly wraps around it, connecting the ground to the platform. And you are in the Florida Wood is where you are.
The further wood.
Yeah, the Florida Wood. Do you wish to climb the staircase?
No, I'm just going to climb the tree.
You're just going to climb the tree like a cat. Of course you
Yep.
are. The tabaxi just takes off up the tree. Okay. Not even going to make you roll for that because that's just natural inclination. Everybody else, I guess, lumbers up the...
Well, I'm gonna go up the staircase like a normal person.
Same as these.
Neris follows on your heels, Brata. And everyone else falls right in line. Up the stairs you go. And at the top is a kind of a middle-aged elf. Darkish complexion. Definitely has some leathery skin. Looks like they've been out in the world quite a bit. Says, welcome. My name's Anan. I'm the tanner in town here, and I heard you'd be coming. They sent me to welcome you. Follow me. And he just takes off across a wooden bridge towards a very large building. And around the base of that building is sorry, I'm trying to fix something in the overlay. Around the base of that building are lots and lots of wooden beams. It looks like a support structure up to another platform about 20 feet above that. This tree is about 30 feet around, and cut into the side of it is an arched opening. And as he goes in and kind of disappears, you hear him going up what sounds like stairs. You follow behind. Sure enough, there's a staircase that leads up, and you find yourself inside this hollowed out tree. The stairs are obviously carved straight from the trunk of this tree. It's old. It's by far the oldest tree any of you have ever laid eyes on. And you can start to hear the sounds of a tavern from upstairs. Probably about 15 feet up the stairs go. And at the top of the stairs is a set of double doors that lead into the tavern. And inside the tavern, it's a round structure built kind of the center of the tree is there, and it opens up into this just giant round room, 60, 75 feet across. A bar circled the center of the room around the trunk of the tree, and there are two bartenders working behind the bar. And Anan says, come in and take a load off. The elders should be here soon to greet you. They were tied up in a matter of family affairs, but they should be here soon. Can we get you something to eat? Refreshments for your journey. You must be tired. You've traveled such a long distance.
Yes. I'd like some ale, please.
Of course.
Yes, I'll have some.
Raw fish, please.
And
Ale and meat.
Ale and meat. You got it. He makes his way over to the bar. Is there anything else for you? And he looks at Furbolg and Clark. Anything for you?
I'll take some fish too.
Oh, okay.
Fish sounds good.
Raw, or would you like yours cooked?
Raw.
And you, sir?
Sure. Why not? Raw.
Okay.
Furbolg's less than convinced at this, but he'll try it.
All right. Fantastic. So he goes over to the bar, kind of drops your order off, and then he heads out of the tavern. And you hear people talking about all kinds of stuff. The weather, just general tavern talk. Eventually, the bartenders come over and they bring your meals to you. Set them down, a big flagon of ale and a pitcher of water as well, some bread, there's fish, meat. He kind of inferred more than what you asked for. It's a very large setting of food that he brought out. I guess they assumed you were traveling on foot, not knowing how you got here. What are you all doing? Just gonna hang out and eat? Or mingle with the locals while you wait?
Eating while getting some information seems like a good strategy.
I'm gonna get the lay of the
Eating.
land.
I'm going to eat and observe.
Eat and observe, lay of the land, eating and information.
Rata is engaged or engulfed with eating and not paying any attention at all to anything that is going on around her.
Okay.
Well, we know that we're supposed to find or get information about a very tall, athletically inclined elf. So we should potentially start doing that.
I mean, they said they knew we were coming, so I want to see who they want us to talk to.
Did you have a name for that elf?
Yes, Wilton Chamberus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hence, I inferred that he's probably a very tall, very athletic fellow, potentially
Yes.
having
Oh my
scored
God.
up to 100 points in a game one time.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yes. They are baking cookies. Of course. Of course they're baking cookies. Somebody got the tree elf reference. Way to go, Jesse. You know what?
Mhm.
You know what? I'm tempted to give you an inspiration for that. Because you got that Keebler elf thing. I always do it. In every campaign, I throw a Keebler elf reference in.
Wait, you give inspiration in this game? I've been waiting for a long time.
Sometimes for
It's
creative stuff.
rare.
It's rare, but it does happen. It has to be really good. Like I said, I'm tempted. So how do you go about asking? Are you going to ask around about Wilton? Are you going to how do you plan on gathering this information?
I mean, I think asking the bartender is probably a great idea.
Okay, great.
I mean, it's not like this is like a hidden. Their allegiances are hidden. Like they're
No, not at all.
they're part of us and our larger coalition. So
So they say.
Yeah. So you ask the bartender, where is Wilton? How do you phrase it?
I say that we've come to speak with Wilton.
Okay. The bartender looks at you for a moment, kind of puzzled, raises an eyebrow, squints at you a little bit. Have you not heard?
We were hoping that we had heard incorrectly.
Well, sadly, the information that you have likely heard is true. We just received word ourselves not long ago, about a day or so. We're assuming that Alyssa is in the manor now, making preparations for what to do next, how things will progress and how things will proceed. So it's likely that you will be meeting them here not long. We have sent word of your arrival.
Thank you.
In the meantime, I have to ask, please, any conversation about Mr. Chambois should be kept kind of hushed. The people here are very sensitive. He was a great leader, and they're very shaken by his passing.
Mum's the word.
Thank you. And he says, will there be anything else?
No, this food is very delicious. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Is the food delicious?
Um, wait, where's his name? I wrote his name down somewhere. Oh, there it is. He says, "My name's Lehman Joyce. Should you need anything, just shout for Lehman, and I'll be over." And yeah, everybody who's eating food can roll a Constitution.
Constitution.
Well, not save check. Sorry, not a save.
Constitution check.
Yeah. Especially those who are eating raw.
It's the best raw fish I've ever eaten in my life. I
Pretty
mean, it's pretty good.
tasty.
It's pretty good.
It'll do. Clark and Brata, it'll do. I forgot to roll for Naris. But Naris, you notice, isn't eating.
Maris, are you not hungry?
I shall eat when you are finished. We must watch each other, protect each other. This place does not seem to be what it is. He's always nervous, you know that. He's always cautious.
What about this place doesn't seem like it is? Whatever that means.
Says, have you ever seen this many different types of elves in one place?
I don't know that I've ever seen that many elves, period.
And as he says this, if any of you kind of catch it, you look around, and sure enough, there are so many different races of elf here. Many that you know, like the standard races, but you often don't see them sitting at the same tables talking with one another. You've heard that elves have a very classist system, and this group of elves isn't acting that way at all. They are shoulder to shoulder with one another.
I'm going to say that Vale is very in tune with that.
Yeah. Yes, you are. It's pretty obvious to see. With that perception roll, you notice there are about 5 different races of elf.
Okay.
Some that are very, very fair-skinned, some that are very dark-skinned. You have some that have much higher facial features and sharper, pointier ears. You don't see any other races here besides elf, however.
Okay. Lots and lots of elves. Just elves. Noted.
Are we supposed to think this is strange?
It is kind of weird to see the different types of elves just kind of hanging with each other. That's kind of strange. That's a little weird. And not WYRD weird, just weird.
Just regular weird.
Just regular weird.
Huh. Whatever. And start eating again.
Neris agrees with you, Vale. He says, yes, absolutely. This is, he says it kind of hush. This is unusual.
I would say so.
So he just kind of keeps his eyes scanning the room. He's kind of got his back to the wall next to the table that you're at, and he's just scanning the room, watching everyone. A little while goes by, and you start to hear footsteps coming up the stairs. Several pair of heavy booted feet, like coming up the stairs, and after that, in walk 2 elves in very fine chainmail with capes hanging off the back of them. They have halberds with them and a bow, a recurve slung over their back each. Right behind them is a young elf. What happened? What did I miss?
Diamond wants to know if there are any elves sitting on any shelves.
We'll save that one for the AMA at the end of the month.
Oh,
We're not even going to get into that one, Diamond. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
I'm so ashamed. That was so unprofessional of me to laugh like that.
Well, we are professional streamers after all. We can't show those raw emotions.
We have to be stoic and
How dare you,
Unemotional.
Arby?
I know.
That's it. I'm
Feel so
reporting
bad now.
you to HR for that.
No. Okay.
All right, back to the game. Sorry about that break, y'all. In walks behind the two elven guards. In walks a very young elven woman. As far as elves go, likely she's a teenager. And
So she's
behind-
100.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell you what. Everybody can roll a perception on this to see if they can see her state.
Nope. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. 12 might get me something.
Matches you don't have. You wouldn't have to roll because your passive is high enough. Where's everybody? I had a notepad and then I got a new computer monitor and my passive perception sheet went away from everybody. Can you all remind me of your passives?
My passive perception is
18 for Furbolg.
Then you wouldn't have to roll.
9.
12. Which is exactly what I rolled.
19.
Just 19. All right. And then Clark.
19.
19. All right. So actually, the only people that would have had to roll would have been Brata and Vale. Sorry about that. But everybody except Vale then notices that it's obvious that she has been crying. She looks emotionally exhausted. Vale, you're still scanning the room, kind of focused on all the other elves, and you see this elf come in, and you assume who it is, but you don't pay her any attention.
Got it.
The guards look around, they see you. You're pretty easy to find, being the only non-elves in the room, and they walk straight over. And one of them leans down and says to you all, when Lady Alyssa arrives, you should all stand and wait for her to speak before you say anything. Once she speaks and introduces herself, you can then introduce yourselves. And once she is seated, you may take a seat.
I've played enough game with strange customs to know that I'm about to lose my thumb.
Understood?
But yes, I understand.
Vale is only half paying attention and just kind of goes, yeah.
Yeah, same with Brata.
Right. Neris nods affirmatively, as he is quite aware of customs such as this. And this Clark, I'm kind of back and forth here. You affirmed as well?
Yeah, understood.
I thought so. As your character would be familiar with customs of this type as well.
Ark is very much an elegance courtier.
Absolutely. Well, I wouldn't say absolutely, but yeah, elegant for sure.
It's literally a samurai feature. Elegant courtier.
Yes.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it is. And about that time, the other two guards that were behind Lady Alyssa, they kind of nudge her a little bit, and she straightens her back and walks towards you. And the guards all look at you and kind of do one of these like, hey, stand up, get up, kind of motions.
I stand up, looking very confused.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
You can't do it.
Nope.
You're not going to stand up?
Not at first. No, not immediately.
Okay.
Stop trying to hide your boner and stand up, for
And-
God's sakes.
What was that, Mike?
Told him to stop trying to hide a boner and stand up already.
I give him a weird look like, what the hell are you talking about? And then out of the corner of my eye, I see that she's standing there and I go, oh, okay. And I stand up. Like I was not paying any attention at all.
Right. Somebody kicks you in the shin. Get up.
Yeah.
And she says, thank you for being here. It means a lot that you came. I know my father would be humbled at your presence. Being sent from the Order of Quran is a noble act indeed to be here. I am Alyssa. I am the only child and heir to my father Wilton. And we have so much to discuss. I would hope that you could join me for dinner in the palace. Perhaps tomorrow. I'm so tired. The funeral's planning is, well, it's quite the ordeal. You see, we have so many customs, and I've only done this as, well, for a few days now. I've just kind of, and she awkwardly laughs at herself, at how unprepared she was to actually talk to you all. And she
Of course.
rambles on for a minute awkwardly, and then stops and says, "Oh, forgive me. I did not even give you a chance to introduce yourselves, please." And she looks right at Clark and says, "Who might you be?"
My name is Clark Gale. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Alyssa. I'm sorry we couldn't have met under better circumstances.
As am I. Thank you for being here. And next to Clark is, let's go with Matches.
I'm Professor Matches. Here to assist my companions.
It's quite the pleasure. I don't know that I've ever met someone of your race before. You are an interesting looking creature.
Awkward.
As are you.
And her eyes get a little big when you say that. And I meant no offense, kind sir. I've never seen anyone like you before, and you're interesting. I hope to get to know you better. And
No offense taken.
oh, thank goodness. And she turns to
For the
Nar-
moment.
for the moment. She turns to Neris, and he says, "My lady, my name is Neris. I am but a humble servant and guard of my commander," and points to Brata. Says, "Brata Und, leader of the Githyanki." And she looks at you, Brata, and says, "You're not Gith."
No, I'm not, but I am a great warrior, and they recognize that and follow me.
"Well, if the Gith follow you, I will be proud to make your acquaintance." And she looks away at Furbolg, who is now just a floating head. Oh, there he is.
I am Furbolg, and I am pleased to be at your service.
I understand you are a Furbolg. Do you have a name?
I've only ever been Furbolg.
Well, then I shall call you Furbolg as well. It is a pleasure to meet you. And she's kind of looking up at you at this point. She's only about 4'1", still short and young.
Oh, I giant.
Yeah, you're huge to her. So, as is Brata and Neris and pretty much everyone except probably Vale and Matches.
Yeah, Vale's not super tall.
That would leave you, Vale.
Yeah, so Vale's been laughing ever since she started laughing. Like not uncontrollably, but just kind of noticeably laughing that she was laughing. And to try and play it off a little bit, he does one of those, "Nice to meet you. My name's Vale." Yeah, and continues laughing.
Okay, you're Vale. You are a
Veil of Shadows. My full name is Veil of. I mean, I guess we're trying to be formal here. Veil of Shadows.
and you are one of the Tabaxi, right? Is that how you say it?
Tabaxi. Yes.
Yes. Roll me a charisma.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Just a charisma, straight charisma or charisma save?
Yeah, charisma, just a straight charisma roll.
Okay. Oof.
Oof. She looks at you and She says, well, it is definitely nice to meet you as well. I will return to my palace. I hope that you all will join me tomorrow. In the meantime, please think of some things that we can do together, ways that we can work to not only avenge my father's death, but prevent any more senseless killing by this Order of the Sacred Grove. And hopefully you can tell me more about them.
We would love to.
And she turns and bids you all good night, and then she turns to leave, and you see her whispering to one of the guards. Right as they turn to walk down the stairs. Sorry.
I elbow Brata. She's talking about me. I guarantee it. She's talking about me.
Cat, do you have a crush on that young elf woman?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. The rest of the night, they'll put you up in rooms here in the tavern, no cost, of course. You are guests of the Lady Alyssa. There's no cost for the meal as well. As long as you don't get too extravagant, they'll float the bill for you. This is a fairly large village that you all are in. It's almost more of a town. Y'all ready for this? Are y'all ready for overlay number 2? I don't know if you can handle it.
I don't think we're ready for that jelly.
I don't think
Did I
we're
miss-
ready for spaghetti.
Did I miss overlay number 1?
No, it's overlay
It's up
number
on
1 is on
Twitch.
Twitch right now.
Yep. Check it out real quick if you want to see overlay number 1. If you're not, well, I don't know if you can without crashing your internet hotspot.
Yes, everyone already sounds like robots to me.
Oh dear.
Like
Oh, dear.
everyone sounds like they're trying to do their best, very poor Max Headroom impression.
Nice.
No, I don't want to assign somebody to type captioning. We're going to have captions turned on next time. I don't have time to turn them on right now and set it up, but I thought I had it set up. It's not. Dun, da, da, da. The next overlay should be live now.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
It's Ewok Village. Ewok Village.
The map, yeah, the map is kind of looking Ewok-y, isn't it? But the overlay is anybody can tell me what the overlay is? And look, it's
Red goo.
the Ooblex.
Oh, it's the Ooblex.
And see how it's connected to
Oh.
I
everyone?
thought it looked like leaves, not like
Thought
goo.
it looked like red goo.
I mean, it's cool looking. I like it.
It is red
Yeah.
goo. That's what it's supposed to be, because an Ooblex is a red goo.
I figured that's what it was, but I honestly just could not remember the name of it.
Oh, yep, that's what it is. So, I had these commissioned as surprises for the crew. And if you like the art and would like to support the artist who did them, you can go check them out. They are in our Discord, and there's a link to their Instagram page in the chat there. So thanks so much to Venomouse for the artwork. Really appreciate it. You did a great job, and I'm proud to be running it on our stream. So
Sweet.
you are currently have too many windows open. You are currently here, and this is the tavern.
Okay.
You basically came up from down in this bottom corner here,
Okay.
across the bridges, across the rope bridges to the tavern. You passed a couple of buildings, couple of looked like just houses along the way, but the inner circle of buildings here seem to be where the majority of people and businesses are. right? So it's kind of early night. The sun has gone down. It's pretty dark in the sky. The village is lit by by lanterns. Should you want to go and explore the village any, if not, you could hang out in the tavern, get a night's sleep, and get up the next day and take the invitation to Lady Alyssa's palace.
You're well rested, right?
Yeah, for the most part, you're well rested. You pretty much got a long rest on the way here on the airship, so.
I would like to explore.
As would I.
All right. Anyone else?
I will look for libraries. I also want to pay attention to what their security is like their guards, how often they patrol, things like that.
Okay.
I will go learn about their trees and other flora and fauna.
All right.
Neris, we should go walk and see what there is to see here.
Very well. I shall
Also-
walk with you.
I'm also looking for the best targets, assuming that we ever had to attack this place with the airship. Like, where's their storage buildings and things like that.
Strategic points. Gotcha.
You never know when you have to bombard a place from orbit.
This is true.
Yes, that's true.
This is true. All right. As you exit the tavern, are y'all going to kind of walk together or go your own ways? How do you want to do this? Team up in pairs?
Vale is going to probably just kind of like not deliberately separate himself from any groups or whatever, but not really actively try to stay super close to anyone. Because while Vale's walking around, he's going to be kind of talking to himself in Undercommon and asking questions out loud, but questions that people that only people that speak Undercommon would be able to understand. Like, isn't it weird that all of these different types of elves are in the same place? I wonder what really is going on here. I wonder, what's the play here? What's going on here?
All right.
So you're a crazy cat wandering around talking to yourself, hoping
Indeed.
that the elves that speak Undercommon will listen to you and answer the crazy cat talking to himself.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. That's what it sounds like to me.
Taking it past a crazy cat woman into a crazy cat man.
That just a crazy cat.
It's
Just
crazy,
a crazy
cat.
cat.
Well,
Takes it to a whole nother level.
That's right.
All right. Furbulk, you were going to check out the trees, you said? And
Yeah.
Flora and fauna
Yeah.
and bushes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe somebody's left some cool messages in Druidic, and I'll find them, and they'll tell me how to make critters my friend if I don't already know how.
All right. Clark, where you were going to explore, is there anything specific you wanted to explore?
No, I just want to wander around and scout the area, see where everything is.
You going to stay on the ground?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. I didn't think so.
Everything's up
That's
in the
why-
trees, right?
Yeah, when you said wander around, I'm like, I figured you'd be flying. So, okay.
No, because I don't like to show off, unlike some of our party members. I will just walk across the bridges that they have.
Okay, so you're going to stay on the footbridges and... Okay. And... Brata, you want to take a walk with Neris. Anywhere
Yes.
specific or just kind of peel off the other direction from other people? How do you want to do that? Stick with anybody.
So I'm going to look around and I'm going to look at what everybody else is doing. And then I'm going to look at Neris and I'm going to say, it looks like our compatriots are going to keep a close eye on what's up here. I think we should go walk the forest floor and look to see what's around here, if there are any weak points, anything that we should be aware of that might be a a place where we could have a strategic advantage or where we might have a weakness, a surprise attack.
Okay. He says, that is wise. I shall walk with you. Yeah, he's pretty much oblivious to anything else that's going on. Other than you want to go for a walk and look at the military strong points and weaknesses of the village.
Mm-hmm.
So, Matches, it becomes very clear to you that the center ring, basically these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buildings on the outer circle and the one center, it's obvious the one center is the palace building, and the 6 buildings around it are support buildings. So you have a tavern, you have a temple, you have looks like a woodworking shop, or maybe a bow making, a Fletcher. That's the word, Fletcher. You have a tanning shop, and then you have another building, this one right here, that has no windows, only a door. This round structure seems to be a tower that goes up out of the top of that tree, and has a pretty good viewpoint of all the buildings. All these buildings in the center are basically on the same level off the ground. Everything else around is up and down based on tree height. Clark, you would notice that tower as well as you come out.
I'm going to go check that tower out. Also, I don't know any better way to word this, but is there a homeless or destitute population?
Not that you can see. Definitely not roaming the boardwalks.
All right. Just in case we have to have fuel for the ship.
All right.
I guess when I notice the tower, I'd want to fly up to the top of it to get a good vantage point of the whole city.
Okay. Are you gonna fly in close? Or are you gonna fly from a distance and keep cover? How do you want to do it?
No, I mean, I don't think I feel the need to hide here, so I just fly straight up close to the top of it.
Okay. And as you're flying up, you see Matches walking towards the tower as well. He kind of disappears underneath the tree cover, and you see at the top of the tower, it's open all the way around, and there are 4 guards in the tower. All of them have bows, and they're all wearing very nice chainmail armor. They see you, and one of them goes to pull his bow up, and then he stops and lowers it. And he goes, Can I help you? Like, confused what you're doing. Like, you completely blew his mind just flying up here.
I just hold my hands up as, the universal sign of peace, and I'm new here. I'm just trying to get my lay of the land.
Ah, smart. Indeed. Well, welcome. And, yeah, you can pretty much see everything from up here, so feel free to take a look around.
I appreciate it.
Matches, you find a door at the bottom that's open, and a spiral staircase that goes up. It's not locked. So far, nothing you've come across has been locked, other than that building right there that had no windows and a door. So on the perimeter. So as you're going up, let's go to Furbolg. Furbolg, the trees here are different from most trees that you've seen in the fact of how old they are. They are a species that you have read about and learned about, but you've never actually seen them. They're a type of fir tree, but they're a very, very old fir that doesn't grow anywhere else, apparently, than here. They seem to be doing very, very well. Even the young saplings that you look down and see on the ground, there are smaller trees growing up It looks intentional. Roll an intelligence or a nature. I'll let you use nature.
I was about to say nature something.
A 12. Yeah, it looks really cool. And you can see some patterns and shapes forming, but you don't quite understand why they are the way they are. It's not natural. That's for sure. You know that trees don't grow in these patterns just naturally.
I guess I'll keep studying.
All right. Do you stay on the boardwalks or do you want to get down on the ground level?
I will get down on the ground.
All right. So you head down to the ground as well. And as you're walking around, you see some bushes. There's different berries. You identify them as edibles. You can definitely make potions out of some of these berries. You can use them in different snacks that you and Clark have created. There'd be different flavor profiles, but you could eat them. So if you wanted to harvest some berries, you can. Some different leaves.
You know it.
All right. All in all, you get about probably about 50 berries off of all these different bushes and stuff on the ground. You haven't run across them anywhere else in your travels either. So they're healthy, even though you know it's into winter now. You know, it's full on winter. It was fall when you started this whole journey when you left the orphanage, and it's deep into the winter now, and most berries don't grow this late in the year. So it's definitely different. You see in the distance walking off this way, kind of on the ground level, you see Neris and Brata walking away. They look like they're headed out to the outer perimeter of the trees.
I guess I'll go and say hello to them.
All right. Well, you head that way. We will go to. I guess we'll go to Vale. Let's go talk with Vale. You are wandering around muttering questions to yourself.
Yes, indeed.
Roll a perception for me. Perception. That's why I like making the cat roll perception. See what I did there?
I see what you did there.
No, you don't. You don't see shit.
No, I see what you did there. I don't see anything else.
You don't see shit.
We ain't seen shit.
So you're walking around kind of talking to yourself, and out of nowhere behind you, you are startled by a voice that responds to one of your questions. And it spooks you because you were just not expecting anyone to respond. And it's a deep voice. It says, "You wish to know why?"
I'm not going to turn around. I'm going to stay facing the way that I'm facing, and I'm going to go, perhaps.
There is a story of our people.
Isn't there always?
I'm surprised you're not familiar with it. If you know the language, you should know the story.
I mean, I picked up the language as a necessity for my line of work, but I haven't really had a chance to really converse with anyone, other than little, well, we'll just say meetings.
Very well. Perhaps you're familiar with the history of the people more than the legend of the people.
Let's see if I'm familiar with the history.
Kinda.
Kinda.
You have heard of the joining of the clans of elves. But from what you learned reading about it, it seemed more like a treaty system, more like a pact of goodwill than an
Okay.
actual uniting of the clans. Unite the clans. And there were drow, there were high elves, there were wood elves, there were swamp elves, there were all these different races of elves that joined together to create one elven race.
Okay.
But the way you heard it was one elven tribe, basically like one group of elves that would come to aid one another. That's what you learned about.
Okay. So a joining of necessity, not necessarily desire.
That's how you learned it, yes.
Okay.
For survival and protection.
I gotcha. Okay.
Remember, after the end of the war, everyone went to their own corners of the realm, right?
Right. Yeah.
All the people. So the elves, you learned, had this secret pact that was separate from everyone else's, and you learned this through your contacts of shady people.
Got it.
You dealt with an elf who told you these things.
I knew a guy that knew a guy that knew a guy.
And it was all conjecture and legend and speculation.
Okay. Well, it's interesting to find out that is true-ish.
Well, it's... Which part?
Just that the elves actually are working together.
Of course.
It's interesting.
I could see how you would find that interesting. He says, it's okay to face me. I won't harm you.
So I turn around.
You turn around, and there's a man standing behind you. And he says, Minderholt. I'm one of the keepers here. I saw you walking and muttering to yourself, so I decided to follow you.
Okay. Well, I was kind of hoping that somebody would understand me and follow me and answer some questions, but didn't really think it was going to happen. So it's nice to know that there was somebody actually. My friends think I'm crazy, but well, maybe I am a little crazy. I don't know. Hang on. No, I'm totally sane. I'm totally sane.
Perhaps your friends would also care to hear this story. You could maybe meet me back at the tavern in a few hours, and
I mean, the tavern's where we're staying, so that should be easy enough to do.
And I can tell you all the story.
Okay.
How this place came to be.
I know that most of them are out and about and kind of getting a lay of the land, kind of like me. We're new around here. We gotta know what we're we gotta know how to defend ourselves should we need to. So yeah, I think I can get them all rounded up and back in the tavern in a couple hours.
Yeah, we've been safe here for a long time. You shouldn't need.
I've heard that about you elves. You're kind of crafty like that.
Yeah. It's interesting you all were able to guide yourselves through the forest, but only those invited can make the trip. Or those who are from here.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering why it was so easy for us to get here. Because it was fairly easy.
It was. I'm sure. I'm sure of it.
Okay.
I'll see you back at the tavern in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. What was your name again? I apologize.
My name is Mr. Orphan Minderholt.
Minderholt. Vale of Shadows.
Pleasure.
The pleasure was all mine.
And he turns, and just like that, he kind of walks off into the shadows, and you don't see him. You don't even see which way he went. He's like dust in the wind.
All right. Looking around, do I see any of my party anywhere? Like where am I on the map compared to everyone else?
Where would you like to be? You could be anywhere.
Well, let's see. We started off here, right?
Yep.
Okay, and Clark and Matches are here.
Correct.
Neris and Brata are over here someplace, you said, right?
Yep.
Where was Furbolg?
In between the tower and Neris and Brata.
So down in here someplace then? Or down over here someplace?
The second, yeah, down.
Okay.
He walked
All right.
down a staircase right there. As he spotted Brata and Neris, he walked down, checked out the foliage, saw them, and started heading that way.
Well, since I was just kind of walking without really paying much attention to anything around me, I'd say I probably walked around at a pretty good clip. So let's say I got around to maybe over here.
Okay. So you're over there.
All right.
And you pass a patrol as well. There's about
Okay.
5 elven guard that walk past you.
Okay.
And they don't do anything. They just, kind of nod their head and keep on walking.
All right. So I'm going to guess that since Matches is inside that tower, I'm not going to see Matches. I'm probably not
Correct.
going to see Clark flying around up there because
Nope, the trees.
tree canopy, right? But I could probably see Furbolg and Brata and Neris on the ground. Yeah.
You could see Neris and Brata for sure because they're over
Okay.
here in kind of this clearing. They're walking.
How far?
They're kind of
off the
walking this
ground-
way.
How far off the ground are these catwalks?
They're
See what I
about
did there?
30 feet.
Catwalks.
Yeah, they're about 30 feet.
Okay. I guess I'll make my way down to the ground then. Making my way.
All right, you head down to the ground as well. So that takes us to Brata and Neris. How far out? You want to go all the way out to the perimeter? Kind of walk this
Yes.
perimeter area. All right, and everything you see outside of this inner circle of trees is just dense, thick forest. You don't see any way that a force could get through here. Maybe a runner, a very talented ranger might be able to get through here. But at least from what you can see looking out into the night, it looks like dense forest. You look up towards what would be the sky and you can't even see stars. The tree canopy is just so thick. You get out here into this area and start making your way around, and you see all the trails that lead in. Every path that forks off into this is branched off of a circular path that runs the direction you're walking. But just on the edge of it, everything seems almost dead. It's a thick forest, but there's this little thin line of gray matter right on the edge of the trail. And the only reason you really notice it is the contrast in the grass, right where you're walking. The grass on the edge of the path, and then it turns kind of gray, and then on the other side it's nice and green again.
I'm going to kind of toe the dead spot, like I'm kicking at it.
Yeah, your foot goes and comes and disturbs the dust, but nothing else happens.
And plants are weird. I'm telling you.
Nara says, yes, they are. I prefer flesh.
And then I'll turn, I'll look at Neris. Neris, what do you really make of this place?
This place is strange indeed. Elves that were once sworn enemies during my time when I walked this earth. Walking, talking, sharing meals together. It's quite strange. Something is not right. Not what it should be. Things aren't what they should be.
With the people or with the place?
Maybe both. I haven't had enough time to tell.
What do you make of this gray line?
Sorcery. Magic.
Perhaps. Maybe I should ask one of my friends.
I remember
It's more about magic.
we came across something similar once in the Great War. It was an impenetrable shield. You could throw anything at it and you could not tear it down. But you could leave freely, but you could not enter without being invited.
Well, that's certainly a strong defense. All right. Has Furbolg approached us yet, or are we still on our own?
He's not too far. You're still on your own, and as you kind of point to the gray line and you're talking to Neris, as you draw your hand back, your hand briefly brushes against his,
Mm-hmm.
and you see him kind of bristle a little bit at it, like not startled, but like unsure.
Like that very first scene where the Beast and Belle are touching and they're not sure if they're in love yet. Like
No.
that.
No, not like that.
No, never. Couldn't
Not
be
like
like
that.
that.
Couldn't be like that.
Well, it looks like we've got somebody coming to join us.
And Furbolg, you see not 15 feet ahead of you is Neris and Brata, and what looks like a awkward exchange. And you hear her say, "Oh, someone's coming. Someone's coming to join us."
Want a berry?
Is
I'll take
Vale
it and
close
eat
enough
it.
to see this?
No, all this happens while you're going down, climbing
Okay.
down.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I take the berry and eat it. Furbolg, check this out. And I show him the line. Neris says that it is a magical shield.
I guess I will do some sort of an investigation using.
You can use nature and use your nature first, and if your nature makes it, then we'll do Arcana. How's that sound?
Sounds like I can't roll for shit today.
Yep. Like, well, that's dead grass, that's for sure. But I don't know why it's dead.
Lots of things kill grass.
You have a pretty high wisdom, though. You decide to do an experiment. And you throw a handful of the berries kind of out on the ground in the direction of the gray line. And they were nice, like raspberries. You know, they're nice, juicy, plump red berries. But as they kind of hit and roll outside the barrier, they wither, turn gray, and then stop on the other side and wilt, kind of dry up.
Well, I guess we better eat these berries before we leave. But that is definitely some odd behavior. Berries don't normally do that. I have high wisdom, so I know that.
Right.
So yeah, there could be some kind of shield. Some kind of energy seems to be different over here compared to over there. But
Magical shield would make would make for great defenses. Perhaps if we need to retreat somewhere at any point, that this would be a defendable spot to retreat to, should we ever need it.
Yes, I agree.
Well, it could be, but we do know that the Order of the Sacred Grove infiltrated here not too long ago. So there is that going for it.
Okay, point of inquiry. Do we actually know anything yet about Wilter Chamberus is?
All you know that there was there were the strikes on the different
And that he's dead.
parties, and that he was dead, but you
And his daughter's planning the funeral.
right, but you do not know when he was killed or where
Or
he was.
where. Okay, that's what I thought. We're gonna ask her that tomorrow. All
The
right.
general consensus, I thought, was that all of the parties that were taking part in that treaty signing were attacked on their way home, right?
That was your kind of speculation, yes.
Okay. Because that's what happened to Lady Story, and we got there to rescue her.
Right.
Okay.
And
Okay.
she said we must get word to the others quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So as all that's going on, Match, as you make your way up the staircase to a closed door at the top of the staircase. It's a wooden door, iron banded. There's no knob. It's just a pull push kind of door with a kind of a ring handle. And you hear talking on the other side. It sounds like one of the guards is talking to someone about what they're doing there and how they found the city and all that stuff. Do you want to enter into the tower?
Yes.
All right. The door creaks open. You enter into the tower, and you see there are 4 guards in here. And one of them seems to be talking to your companion, the Aarakocra Clark, who is kind of landed on a branch in the tree outside, and is oh, grabbed the wrong sound. I wanted, sorry, this one. And they're just talking, general casual conversation. The guards are all dressed in chainmail. They all have finely crafted recurve bows. As you open the door, one of them turns around quickly and half draws his bow, peering into the darkness. Can I help you? This is areas off limits to civilians and guests.
Well, perhaps I climb up the side of the tree and hang off a branch. Could I speak to you then?
He says, "Oh, you're with her, him, them." And he looks confused. He's obviously never met an Aarakocra before.
Is there anything interesting in here?
No, it looks like your standard like lookout tower. There's a desk, got some papers on it, a spyglass, basically like a telescope spyglass.
I will say, no, I was just curious, but I see there's nothing interesting in here. So continue your job. Close the door and walk away.
All right. You close the door and walk back down the stairs. When you get out, you want to keep walking around a little bit?
Yes. Is there like a library kind of area?
Not necessarily. You would imagine that anything like that would probably be inside the palace, which is in the center of the structure here. There are only the 2 bridges that lead to it. Both have a set of guard that stand on them. About the time you get down to the bottom of the tower, the guard patrol that passed Vale earlier passes you. They kind of look
Okay.
at you and Hmm. Keep walking.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You have a library or a place where you keep your books.
Yes. The library would be inside the palace. There is a small library of religious documents at the temple, should you wish to peruse those. It's straight across the way. You have to take either way around the long rectangular building.
Well, it's the one in the palace open to the public.
It's open by invitation only.
I just want to get an invitation.
From Lady Alyssa, of course. She is our new ruler of the land, if you will. She inherited it from her father, but she's done it while he's been away, and just she's coming into the role. I think she's doing a pretty good job.
Well, I don't think she'll rise. I became acquainted her. Is that the one where we talked to?
Yes. This is. Oh, you're from. You came down from Karnengother, didn't you? He seems to be quizzing you a little bit. Says, well, if that's the case, then yes, surely we'll escort you to the palace gate then. He says we can never be too cautious these days. We've had some breaches in the perimeter as of late, so we have to keep an extra vigilant eye out.
Really? What sort of trouble have you been having?
I probably shouldn't tell you this stuff. I don't even know who you really are. And one of the other guards, he slaps him. Dude, come on, you know we're not supposed to talk about this stuff. It's like, yeah, but they're cool. They're here for Lady Alyssa. They're gonna find out anyway. And he says, well, we've had some. Well, you didn't hear it from me, okay? But we've had some.
No, of course not.
Some livestock come up missing. We've had, a lot of weird stuff happen, and then when we go try and find out what happened, there's no trace. There's no trail. So it's kind of strange.
Well, perhaps I can be of assistance. Is there anything else you can tell me?
That's all I really know, man. A lot of it, it's just stories that we hear when we're working in the palace, and, we hear people talk.
Excuse
me. So.
So it's just been livestock?
That's what we've heard. Yeah, chickens and, a couple of goats. Stuff like that just come up missing, and they're in their pens. They're and he kind of points over in this direction. They're kind of out in the farm area, and
like in the trees or down below.
Oh no, we keep them on the ground. You can't keep livestock in the trees. How would they walk around? They have to be able to graze.
Oh, I'm sure I can figure it out.
If you
ever want your livestock in the trees.
Well, if you could figure out some way to get the livestock in the trees and get them up off the ground where they're no longer threatened by whatever wild animals are coming in here, I'm sure Lady Alyssa would be ever grateful for you doing that. And come on, man, we got to get going. We're going to be late for our next checkpoint. Oh yeah, we probably need to get going. Have a good night, sir. He goes, just tell the guard there that
you seem to have.
What's that?
You seem to have fairly decent defenses here. I mean, how are things? I mean, what? Never mind.
And he kind of gives you a puzzled look. He goes, okay, well, have a good night, and just let them know that you're on invitation from Lady Alyssa, and they should let you into the palace. If you wish to go tonight. If not, I'm sure you can go tomorrow. And they walk away. And with that, let's go back to Clark, who's still up there talking
Well,
with
real quick,
Yeah. What you got?
as Matches is walking away, he's like reciting some algebra and shit, trying to see the logistics of putting the cows in the trees.
All right.
Badass.
We'll come back to that then. And if you could figure that one out.
Oh, I can get these cows in the trees. Trust me.
Cows and trees. Somebody clip that. Cows and trees. Cows and trees. Clark, you're still up on the guard tower. You saw Matches come and go. Basically thoroughly unimpressed with everything there. You have talked to the guard. Is there anything specific you had questions for him?
First of all, they call it ground beef for a reason. Secondly, I want to apologize for my strange associate's behavior. He's not really a people person, but you guys seem to be really on guard right now. Is there something going on? I know this is a pretty well hidden city and pretty well protected. What are you guys doing up here exactly?
With the recent attack on Lord Wilton, it's been decided that we should just keep a extra eye, just in case there was anything that he may have been tortured, perhaps, and given away the location. So we're just being on extra guard to make sure that this transition goes smoothly without interruption.
Fair enough. Being new here, is there anything I should know about the city? Anything of interest you would like to point out? Anything I should check out?
No, I'm sure if there's anything like that, Lady Alyssa would probably let you know. Now, one of my favorite places to go is if you go far out past the cows. You go far out past there. There's a little spot with some cliffs that overlook a bluff down to a small stream down below. And I really love to sit there and just meditate and watch the sunrise and hear the world wake up. You know, it's just a really peaceful place to be.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll have to check that out sometime. You guys have a good night. Continue the good work. And maybe I'll see you around. And I'll just take off. Can I see my companions like down below from where I am, or is there too much tree cover up here?
Once you get away from the tree, you can see Matches. If you fly past him, you know the direction of travel they all went. So if you wanted to fly around to try to see them, you could. Once you get outside the tree cover, you see Vale kind of trotting along the ground towards. And as you look around, you can see that Neris and Brata and Furbolg are all together, and Vale seems to be headed in their direction.
I'll go and join them then. Neris, Furbolg, and Brata.
Okay. And about the time you get there, Vale also arrives.
As soon as I walk up, I show them the line and explain to them how Neris said that it's a magical shield and that what happened when Furbolg threw the berries out.
Yeah, that doesn't seem normal.
I probably can get us a story on that. I met a guy, and he seems to be willing to share some details about this place. He wants to meet us at the tavern. And I mean, how much time has passed since I left him? Not much more than a few minutes, right?
Yeah, 30 minutes at most, probably.
Couple hours, hour and a half, something like that. He said he'd meet us at the tavern if you guys want to hear the story of this place.
It's better to know the background. That way, we ever need to go to battle here or shelter here in retreat, then We know
Mhm.
about the place.
When you say retreat, Neris just looks at you with kind of this scornful look. We do not retreat. Ever.
Fall back to a defensible position.
Correct. You are absolutely correct, Commander. And just kind of a reminder that he is willing to die for whatever it takes. For you, basically. That he is willing to die. For you, for the party, for the mission, for the order, for everything.
Hugh Bryan Adams power ballad.
Yes. Actually, I'm gonna start this one. A different one. He says, I do think we should probably make our way back. It would be unwise of us to stay gone too long. I'm sure they're watching us. Did any of you run into anyone?
Yeah. I ran into the guy that we're gonna meet at the tavern, and then I also walked past a guard patrol, and they just kind of looked at me and just shrugged their shoulders and kept walking, like they didn't care.
Oh, what of you, Clark? Did you encounter anyone?
I met a few of the guards.
What seems to be the general state of the guards? Are they that nonchalant, uncaring?
No, they seem to care a great deal for the city. They're a little on edge right now. They think their leader was tortured, so they're worried that maybe he gave away their location. But they don't seem nonchalant to me.
Wise fear indeed. Yes, we should regroup and head back to the tavern, I do believe.
Am I there?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're there.
Okay. Can I do an insight check on this guy? Because this guy seems kind of like he's trying to get information that he's not supposed to have.
Who, Neris?
Well, I guess.
I was about to say, we were talking to Neris, right?
Yes.
I think for some reason I thought we'd already found Vale's random ass dude who was.
No,
giving us-
No, not yet.
That's
You haven't
later.
met him yet.
Apparently, I need to have another cup of coffee on the break.
More coffee, less to kill you.
Yes.
Dude, I'm the one that worked all night. You shouldn't be this tired.
I'm going to have a cannoli at the break to wake me up. Let's see.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Bingo.
I'd
So-
kill somebody for cannoli, right?
I have half a cannoli in my refrigerator, so it was really good. You all start heading back. Matches, you make it into... I guess, do you all start heading back? Let me rephrase that. I don't want to force you to go back unless you... Do you go back the way you came? Do you go back a different way? Or do you go do something else?
I'll go whatever way everybody else seems to want to go, because it's either that or I got to climb a tree. So
When does that ever stop, Vale?
never, but I've already done it once today. I've actually done it twice. I went up one tree and down another. So
Yeah.
starting
So
to
I
act
guess
too
we
much
all
work.
start walking up the ramps, and we turn around and we look back because Vale's following us, and we're like, why is he? I thought he just climbed up the trees. Like, what is he doing? What's this Vale guy doing?
What are you doing?
Doesn't even go here.
Freaking cats.
All right. So you all start heading back. You find your way back up to the boardwalks. Matches, you do get to the palace gates. They do actually question you, but they are willing to let you in. This is kind of late for a study. But if you are on invitation from Lady Alyssa, you couldn't get in here any other way anyway, so we have no reason to
Well,
doubt.
how late? How late is it? Is it bedtime late? Past bedtime late?
It's pretty late at night. It's not quite midnight. Probably I would say in like our hours, probably about 10 p.m.
You know, I got to go along with the character. The character would definitely not care and would like to go to the library. So
Okay.
that's what he'll do.
They say there is no librarian on duty this late, so you will have to be kind of at your own search and leisure.
Oh, well, perhaps you can tell me. I'm a connoisseur of such establishments. What makes your library unique? Perhaps you can tell me the highlights.
Oh, the man! Tell you what, this guy, like, you say that and he lights up because he's actually really into the library himself. He goes, "We have the best library in the realm. It has every ancient elven text is stored here. There's legends, there's lore, there's history, there's it's just, you name it, we have a book about it. It's a fantastical place to be." And he names a couple of books. If you get the chance, you need to check this one and that one. And the stories in these are fantastic. They're just, you wouldn't believe that some of these are true. They're just so fantastical. There's just one story about an elf who took on single-handedly an ice giant and slayed him and brought his sword back to the village that he came from so that his people could chop down a single tree just to have a home. Isn't that amazing? It's just, the stories are just, you wouldn't believe that was real.
Oh, that sounds like a place I'd like to visit.
Right?
Where is this? Where is this village now? Specifically, that sword.
Well, it's this place. They called it, and he's thinking, what was the name of the town in that city, in that story? Because it was the name of the book. It was somewhere far off. I remember. It was somewhere way off in the north. Oh yes, the Glyphinwood Forest. That was the name of it. It's way in the northeast, supposedly. Way up in the frozen lands. You know, ice giants and all.
Really?
Yes, Glyphinwood
I'll
Forest,
take
and
that.
that's the name of the book. The the elf of Glyphinwood Forest, the fighter, the savior of Glyphinwood Forest. That's what it was.
Well, that's definitely interesting. I'll keep that in mind.
As you're talking to him, you hear some footsteps on the walkway headed your direction.
Oh, got to check that out.
And you turn and look, and it appears to be your party walking back from wherever they had went, walking along and chatting about their stroll. They look like they're headed back towards the tavern.
I'll just look at them and say, I'll join you momentarily, and then go into the library.
All right. You head inside. The palace is very beautiful. And everything in here is old. Very old. There are basically suits of armor that line the entry hallway. There are this immense amount of scroll work around the entryway. It's all elven writing. Just absolutely gorgeous. And it's all carved into the tree itself. You walk in through the doorway, and it's the tree is the palace. And there are just ladders and stairs and everything off of this main entryway. The guy tells you how to get to the library, the guard. He tells you, how to get there. You find your way. And it is actually, he made it out to be this really grand, great, giant room. It's only about a 20 by 20 room, but it's walls, all four walls are full bookcases, floor to ceiling. And it smells like that old book smell,
newsprint comic books. Oh,
Yes. You can see there's a few desks around in the room. Some of them have some ink wells on them and candle, what do you call them? Candlestick holders with candles in them. There's a
Candelabra.
candelabras.
Yeah, there you go. So you can kind of walk around and see them with it.
All right. Well, what I'm specifically looking for is I'll definitely make note of that book and check it out, and I'll mark that location on my map if that's possible.
Yeah, you can kind of you can like draw a quick sketch of the room, and this book is on third shelf from the left, fourth book or whatever.
And I want to see if I can find any books on psionics because we've run into that at least once already or twice, and I want to be more prepared on that.
All right. So for that, you're gonna roll a. You're looking specifically for psionics. Let's see.
Yes, magic of the mind.
Magic of the mind. Yeah, go ahead and roll your
bullets.
Kyle. It's telekinesis, Kyle. Anyway, sorry, channeling my inner Tenacious D. Let's go with your search on that. You gotta, yeah, you should have a. Where is that?
Are we sure there's not like an
Investigation.
elf Dewey Decimal System and like an elf card catalog somewhere they could use?
Nope, not here. There's only the librarian knows the exact location of every book. That's a little meta, but
They don't have search, right? So why don't just investigation?
investigate. That's the name of it, not search. Why did I say search? Because I played Call of Cthulhu recently. So yeah, roll your investigate.
Damn it! I turned that off.
That's okay. You still rolled really well.
25.
Yeah, you rolled really well. Yes, actually, you find several books, all on one shelf. There's about 5 books, and yeah, they're all in common. The bindings are all written in common, and it's the history of psionics. Basically, talks about, if you just kind of crack it open and read the intro page, it's how it came to be, right? And then the next one talks about the lore behind it, and then there's one that says something about Ilthids, and if you open that one up, it says to the reader, this book is intended as a cautionary tale should you encounter these beings. So kind of a watch your back kind of stuff. And the last 2 books are obviously, when you read the intro pages, they're obviously fictional stories about encounters with these creatures.
I'd like to use my wand to detect magic. Or these books have any magic on them?
Yes, they do have magic on them, and they are. What school of magic are these books? Because your wand detects school as well, right?
It's detect magic.
Yeah, because it's just the detect magic.
All right, well, how about this? Could I just use Arcana to see if I could try to figure out the nature of the spell that's on them?
Oh, yeah, sure. That works. You could do that.
$23.
All right, with a 23, there are actually a couple of spells on here. One is a locate item. So
Damn it.
should the book ever get lost, they'll be able to know exactly where it is. The other spell on this is illusionary script, which if you're investigating it with the 25 on your investigation as you're kind of flipping through it, it's a modified version of illusionary script that's more like a blending of the comprehend language and illusionary script. So you can kind of
Gotcha.
see it auto translates. It's a Babel fish for the book. So it will auto translate it to a common if the reader doesn't speak or read Elven.
All right, but there's nothing that would really alert them should the book walk out the front door. Only if they discover it missing.
Right. That's what you deduce from this.
All right, I'll go to the desk and I will take out the ink. You said there was ink in here, right?
Yep.
And I will write, I, Professor Matches, staying at this tavern and checking this book out on loan. You can trust me, nothing will happen to it. I just need a little light reading for the night.
All right. And are you taking the cautionary tale or the fictional books or
All of them.
all 5 of them? Very well. All right. So you take the books and I guess you head back to the tavern.
Yes.
All right.
And I will join everyone wherever they're at.
All right. You join everyone. Everyone gets back to the tavern. You find a nice little quiet, I would say corner booth, but this is a round tavern and circles don't have corners. So you find a nice little table where you can kind of sit off to yourselves a little bit and make a space for the individual who is going to come in and visit you. And I think it's a good time for a break right there before we get
Okay.
into that. Everybody good with that? Take a quick little maybe 10 minutes.
Sure.
And we'll be back
Yes.
to continue the story in just a few. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are back with our snacks. We hope you got some snacks too for the second half of Season 2, Episode 1 of the Welcome Home campaign. Thanks so much for being here with us. When we went to break, the party had just returned to the tavern to meet a mysterious stranger with a story about the elves.
His name was Ricardo Montalban. I remember it vividly.
Is that the... Oh, wow. So, yeah, don't forget you can redeem some channel points out there. Thanks for the name of the next NPC that doesn't have a name. I'll make sure and put that down in the game notes so we don't forget it.
Mhm.
I kept it as gender neutral so you can use it for anybody.
I
Mhm.
see that. Y'all are just lucky I can't redeem my own channel points. I mean, I guess I could, but...
Not for this game, but for ones you're not running.
Yep, for ones I'm
Mhm.
not running, I can. I have like 22,000 channel points saved up, so I have a lot. If you have channel point ideas, join our Discord, throw them in the Discord to the mods, let the mods know, hey, we could do such and such for channel points, because we are taking suggestions for new channel point rewards. So, anyway, here we go, right back into it. Serious face in 3, 2, and here we go. So they're sitting around waiting for this mysterious stranger who Vale is the only one who recognizes when he walks in. Vale, you see him, and now in the light of the tavern, you actually get a pretty good look at this guy. Although he's wearing a cloak, as soon as he comes in, he takes his hood off his head, and he's a very old elf. In
Mhm.
fact, so old the top of his ears are a little droopy, and kind of rounded features, not as sharp as Alyssa for one, or many of the guard that you have encountered.
Okay.
If you had to guess, he's definitely not of the high elf stature, but he is held in high regard. He has
Alright.
a brooch on his cloak, like his cloak pin is a nice big brooch. Has a sigil in it.
Okay.
And he sees you, and he just walks directly over to you. And he says, "Oh, Vale, I see you have found your friends, and I take
Indeed.
it they wish to hear my story."
Yeah, sure.
And he introduces himself. He says, "Hello, everyone. I am Arfin Minderhold. I'm one of
So
the-
close. So close.
So close. You
Yeah.
you almost had it." And your companion Vale says you were all curious as to how this place came to be, with many different types of elf. And there's very few people left in here. You can see the barkeeps are basically wiping the place down and getting ready to close up shop. And in fact, as they head off, they say, "Just shut the door and head upstairs. We'll get it in the morning." And he says, "Good. We are alone." He says, "So long ago, many of the elves that lived in this part of the world were hunted immediately after the last war. We were hunted down, attacked, captured, and used in work camps by the Order of the Sacred Grove. So many of us banded together. We found this ancient grove of trees, and we crafted a magic circle to protect ourselves. And we have been here ever since. I was just a small child, and I remember helping build some of these very bridges that we walk upon today. Of course, they've been repaired, but the years have been kind to us and things have left us alone. We haven't had many issues until just recently. At first, it was livestock, a cow, a chicken. We thought maybe it's a fox, perhaps a wolf. But it seems as if that's not the case. Just a couple days ago, Serena has gone missing.
Serena.
Yes. Take it you haven't had much chance to talk to too many people here.
We just got here today, so.
Serena is, well, she's adventurous, that's for sure. She often takes a day long, 2 days, 3 days, sometimes even an entire week on her own, off into the wood and comes back with different animals and whatnot. But she's been gone quite some time and much longer than usual. It's my niece, Serena. And
Okay.
I fear that she's the latest victim in the disappearance. We fear the Order has found us. They obviously found Wilton. They were able to, from reports, find others on their secret routes home and dispatch them rather quickly. We hear that Lady Story was saved by you all,
Indeed.
and we are forever in your debt for that, for Lady Story is the mastermind behind the treaty that will, for sure, save us all. But I fear for Serena's safety, and she's been gone for 6 days. She's never gone this long. Do you think it's possible? You found us. How were you able to make it through the woods so easily?
Well,
I'll raise my hand right there
And he'll look over at you.
and I'll say, I am one with the forest because, druidry is my thing. So that's how we found you. We spoke with the trees and we followed the magic, and here we are.
But that's impossible.
Nothing's impossible.
That you are correct on. But it's not possible to just talk to the tree and find the path. There's only one way that the path will open for you, other than being invited. And that is if you carry a gem or a globe of true seeing.
oh,
Oh, well, I mean, we also do have one of those. But
I mean, we each have one of those.
We have
so.
several.
Wait, you have them? You have gems or globes?
Gems.
I do have the crystal ball of true seeing.
Oh, you got that too? Yeah. Yeah. Most of us have gems. He's got the crystal ball.
Wait,
Hmm.
you have an orb of true seeing. A globe of
Yeah.
true seeing.
Yeah.
Where did you get that? I don't think you understand what you have. That has been lost since the Great War. It was dispatched to the edges of the universe. Or so it was told.
Well,
And I'll point at Neris and I'll say, I mean, we've found some relics of the Great War.
So I see. I take it he's not part of the roaming Githyanki tribes that still nomadically traverse the land.
he was definitely not roaming when we found him.
I'm gonna
Roaming
take out-
Githyanki tribes, huh?
Oh yes, there's a few that are known to kind of nomadically wander the land. There's about 60 Githyanki left that are known to still be alive. No one really knows their exact locations because they move a lot.
Well, that is what nomadic means.
Oh, you are a wise one, aren't you? And he kind of,
I look at Brata and go, somebody called you wise.
I guess
Um,
Furbolg is one of the few people that picks up on the sarcasm, but
yeah. Oh, he says, haven't you heard of I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but the 4 artifacts. The globe was one of them. And
Okay.
it spawns gems of true seeing. Or it's said that it can. And there was the axe of the dwarves, the staff of the moon, and the crown of knowledge.
Oh.
And these
can
were
you say
said,
those again?
yeah, the staff of the moon, the crown of knowledge, the globe of true seeing, and the axe of the dwarves.
Oh, the dwarves have an axe. Okay, that's so surprising.
Oh, it's an axe or a hammer. I mean, come on.
one of these
Yeah.
days we're going to find the
Okay.
rapier of the dwarves.
That would just be confusing.
The sling of the dwarves. The dwarven sling of justice.
The mythic druidic full plate armor.
Of the
Have
gnomes.
you been reading my notes again?
Yes.
God.
Yes, we have.
It's said to be 4 of the greatest artifacts ever created. And if you say you have one, then that's fantastic. Because that means they don't have it.
No, they probably don't, but I can assure you that most of their forward patrols have gems because that's how I got my gem. I killed one of them and took it.
That's how we all got them, isn't it?
Yeah, for the
Well,
most
we got-
Yes.
Yeah.
We get a lot of things by killing the Order of the Sacred Grove.
That's true. What he just said is very true. We've killed a lot of them.
Well, yeah, so I've come to know. If you say you have one of these, then they no longer have it. There's only one known to exist in the multiverse.
Mm.
But it was said to have been lost. Well, not necessarily lost. He kind of hums and haws me. How to say? They were taken to the farthest reaches of the realm. And they were hidden away from all those who could ever use them to manipulate the realm to their own being, to their own way, if you will. So it's very important that you know where you got that globe. If you got that globe from the Order of the Sacred Grove, then they could have the other artifacts as well, which could explain the recent rise in aggression from them. Or someone else could have it. There was a legend of a man.
Okay, it's been like 2 months, so over the table, I need to be reminded, like, where did we get this? We had a couple of treasure caches. Like, I remember if this was from Fruiton or if...
I believe you got that from Fruiton. That was from the Temple District in Fruiton.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah? Okay.
Okay. So I will confirm that we did, in fact, get it from the Order of the Sacred Grove.
He says there was it's a legend of a mage named Elian Quill. He was said to have been one of the most powerful mages to ever walk the land. No one's seen or heard from him in many years. After the war, the mages of the Order of the Sacred Grove went and destroyed his tower, destroyed his library, and took the artifacts of which he had and scattered them to the 4 winds. They felt that no one, not even themselves, should be allowed to possess these 4 items together, for it could bring forth the fall of civilization. So either he has
Okay.
attempted to quest in return and gather these, or the Order of the Sacred Grove knows the locations because they are the ones that scattered them to the 4 winds and have started collecting them again. Whichever the case, must be stopped.
I'm pro anything that involves stopping the Order of the Sacred Grove.
Pretty much, yeah. We don't agree on much, but I agree with him on that.
Exterminating every last one of them, for example.
Yeah.
Indeed. Neris is like, indeed. Kill them all. Now I don't know how much of this that Lady Alyssa knows. So you may not want to tell her. Please don't tell her about Serena. Oh my goodness. If she were to learn that Serena has gone missing, it would quite upset her. If you could do me a favor and not mention that, if you could find her in your stays here, it would mean a lot to me personally. If you can't, I understand, but it would mean a lot to me if you could.
I am knowledgeable in the ways of tracking, so maybe we should talk later.
Very well.
Insight check.
All
Is
right.
this guy on the level, or is he just trying to
wit-
sidetrack us?
To which point?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's totally legit. You believe him to be telling you the truth? He seems on the up and up.
So I think probably I got caught up, like Furbolg probably would have got caught up in somebody telling him something cool about an artifact he has. But I do have a passive insight of like 18, if that would reveal any obvious thing.
He seems to be on the level. He's concerned about what he's telling you.
Mhm.
If that makes any sense at all. It seems that he is a bit concerned.
Okay.
What you can't tell is he concerned that you now have this information? Is he concerned about the outcome of the village's known whereabouts? You know, what is his concern about? You can't decipher.
Gotcha.
Anybody else?
Nope.
He says, now I warn you, if you do go after Elian, he is to be feared. He was one of the most powerful dark mages to ever walk the land. And if he somehow survived, and it's believed that he could have survived the attack on his tower, he could still be alive today. He had one of the greatest libraries of magical books and information known to man. It said that he knew more about magic than the gods themselves.
I'm going to cover up Matchis's ears for a second. I'm going to say to the guy, we don't say the L word around him.
Which L word?
Exactly. And
Yes.
then really big winks.
Let's see if he...
Is there something in your eye, Furbolg? You
It's like-
got something in your eye?
Okay. Well, I see. It's late. I'm tired. Been working all day, trying to get some new leather tanned out in case we need some new armor crafted. But I'm going to retire to bed. I'm sure you will be here for as long as needed, or wanted. So, should you have any questions, please just feel free to come by my shop. Talk to me, and I'll help you. If you can find my Serena, though, that would be such a blessing. She really is a good kid. She just sometimes she gets too adventurous.
Well, we'll be around for a little while, I'm assuming. Needed usually lasts longer than wanted, but we'll be around for a while.
Very well. I bid you all a good night. He stands and pushes his chair back to the table and turns to walk away.
Cool.
I guess I should have asked where to find him if I was going to help him look, but
I'll find him.
Oh, he said to come by his shop. He's the tanner.
oh, okay. Yeah. I was going to say, he's probably also somebody who, if we asked anybody, they'd be like, oh,
Wait, no, I'm sorry.
Jimmy.
He's the Fletcher. Anon is the tanner. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
He's the Fletcher.
He's the Fletcher.
My disbelief can no longer be suspended.
All right. You all can do anything else or turn in for the night?
Probably turn in.
I would like to turn in and try to get up early to go check out that spot that the guard told me about.
I'm going to turn in, but first, I think my passive insight is enough to notice the quotation fingers in Vale's voice. So I'm going to remind him that elves don't sleep. Also, before I turn in, I'm going to tell the tree that, like, the tavern is in, that it is a good and strong tree.
Okay. And you tell the tree it is a good and strong tree. Anybody else?
Rada's going to bed.
Neris is right on your heel. Basically right there for you. Dun, 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 dun. There, I fixed it. It looks like we might have lost matches, y'all.
We did.
Unfortunately, they're having some internet issues, so that's okay. I fixed the overlay that we're on.
As one does when they're relocated from a hurricane.
Yeah, it happens. And it's,
Yep.
At least we're understanding that he was able to be here as long as he could.
That's right.
Sounds like next session, though, he'll be back at home. And we'll have the full crew here.
Yay.
So matches turns in as well. Clark, you get up early before dawn, in fact. And I think it's that one I want to play. Yeah. You get up before dawn. And there's a light dew on the ground. And sure enough, you head out to the area and it's very tranquil, very peaceful. It's a nice bluff that overlooks a stream that actually has a little waterfall in it. You can see the first rays of the sun coming up over the distant horizon. You sit and meditate for a while. And as you're sitting there, you remember probably a month ago now, you were told, and you remember reading about it as a child, the bastion of Ashix the Dire. Something in your mind takes you to this fantasy that you've created around it. This fantastical place where samurai would train together, become the great warriors and students of war. They would challenge each other to contests of intellect and strategy. Not with sword, but on the tables, with maps, tokens, sticks, trying to develop the best battle plans. And as you look out over this horizon, this bluff, you start to craft your own battle plan. What if we had to fight here? What if we had to defend this small little village ourselves? How would we do it? And you start building that battle plan in your mind, using this as your point of overlook and the tower as your last means of warning for the village. And that plan starts to grow and plants a seed in your mind. And as you get up and leave your meditation, it sticks with you and you're working on that plan the whole time. So if you become distracted or lost from the conversation, you'll drift back to that plan. At least for as long as you're here in this village, your concern is, how can we beat it? How can we defend it? If they can walk right through the defenses that are here. If what that man said last night about the orbs of true seeing being able to let you walk through the forest is true, how could we possibly begin to defend this vulnerable tree village? So, if only you had the resources, if only you had another great strategist, if only you had some manual, some book, some help. Perhaps there's someone still at the Bastion. Perhaps one day you'll get to study under someone or pick someone's brain about how to do just that very thing. But for today, you have to go it alone. But you're pretty sure you can figure it out. So starteth the character arc for Clark. Little meta there, but that's I wanted to make sure that Clark knew I have something planned for you.
Oh, I figured it was going to be something to do with the Bastion.
Yeah, I'm glad you picked up on that because it's I have been waiting to start this character arc for you, and
Yeah, I've been waiting to get there. I've been looking forward to it. I know it's one of our next stops.
I'm about to say how convenient that's literally the next closest place to us, and I think that we were going to meet the Githyanki in the boat near there.
Yep. So thanks for your patience. I appreciate you waiting for that. So I just want to let you know I haven't forgotten about you and your character arc. The morning comes, everyone, you wake up whatever time you want. You notice that Matches is nowhere to be found when you go down to eat. If you inquire, someone says they saw him wandering off through the woods early in the morning. You assume he's going back to the ship. He's not one for crowds or people or taverns. He likes to keep to himself anyway.
Yeah, I kind of asked which direction was he heading, and I'm assuming that they point off in the direction that we left the ship.
Yes, they do.
Okay, yeah.
And now that he knows he could find his way back with the Gem of True Seeing, he's less inclined to stick around.
Got it.
The morning goes by pretty uneventfully. Is there anything you all want to do before the evening's dinner with Lady Alyssa?
I mean, an obvious thing would be to start in on some of this searching for what's her name. But if anybody wants to check the shops or anything before we get going on that, we can.
We can go look for the missing girl.
Yeah.
All right.
Did the Fletcher give us a general idea of where she was going or where she could be?
Not last night. He said that she just sometimes will wander off into the woods and stay gone for days at a time.
What if, and I'm just spitballing here, what if we had an orb that could see any person on this plane of existence, and all we needed to do was have some kind of familiarity with the target?
That would be pretty epic, right?
Well, maybe if we knew a person who had such an item, they would decide to use said item.
I mean, I don't know what you guys were thinking about for starting this search. I was just gonna go talk to the Fletcher, get some information about her, and then do a scrying on her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's probably not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I was thinking we should probably go and at least talk to the Fletcher one more time. Find out,
We
like
need
who's
more
her
info.
closest friend. Is there anybody that she confides in? And then while we're there, you could get information from him that you could use to try and find a location. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
To the Fletcher.
To the Fletcher. Dun, 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 dun. So you head over to the Fletcher shop, and he is there. He's opening up. He's doing Fletchery things, working on bows, and you notice he does have quite the assortment of different types of arrows, arrowheads, flights, arrow shafts. Just each piece is individual. In fact, he is working on one in particular that has a single flight. It's the rear of the shaft is split, and the feather is, or the flight, it's not even a feather actually, is set into the rear notch of the arrow. It's bound with a cord, and very, very fine, almost like silk. And you walk in, and the doorbell kind of dings, and he looks up. Oh, good morning. That's great to see you here. Oh no, Furbolg disappeared, and he's back. Oh, I didn't even know y'all were using the chat function in the Zoom call.
Oh, we are.
What? We are?
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, somebody did. Never mind.
I was sending private messages to Billy.
Oh.
Okay.
Better not open those on that window, because
I mean, I could just read them to you.
no, you could.
One of them says the overlay is shifted. Another one says Diamond says he can't see the whole map. Can you zoom out?
Those are secret messages. You're not supposed to read those out loud.
So, Mr. Fletcher guy, so who your niece? It was a niece? Daughter, niece?
Niece.
Or
Yes, my niece.
Yes.
Yes.
So, we've decided that we could probably take a look for her and see if we can find out anything about her. What can you is there some place that she would normally go? Is there somebody that she would normally talk to? Like, who's her closest friend or friends?
Well,
And I look at Furbolg, go like, okay, I don't know what you need to know, but chime in anytime now.
I mean, all we really need is something that will connect me to her, either a picture or a garment of hers, or fantastic would be a lock of hair.
Mm.
and he says, "Well,
Does
no."
she have a hairbrush?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, she did have a hairbrush. Her closest friend is, funny enough, they grew up together. Lady Alyssa and Serena grew up together. Very close friends. They're about the same age. It looks as though we
We may have a matches back.
may have a matches joining us back. In which case, he sprints into the room. Sorry, guys, I'm out of breath. And he says the hairbrush is back at the house, but what exactly are you planning to do? Some kind of magic?
Well, I have the Orb of True Seeing. Why not use it to see if I can truly see her?
That's actually a good plan.
Hello.
Hello, Matches.
Hello, Matches is back.
I trust you slept well reading your books on the ship last night in the desert.
Who wouldn't sleep well with such fine reading material?
Indeed. Me, because books.
Because books.
Oh, we'll find you one that has plenty of pretty pictures to look at.
That would be perfect.
And the Fletcher's kind of looking around like, okay, what are these two? Okay, anyway, and he gives you directions to his house, and he says, the only place she would normally go, she usually leaves a note, tells me where she's going to go, and she left a note this time. She was going to go out 2 days into the forest toward the coast. She's going to spend the night and then come back 2 days. And so she should have been back. Now, this would be the 3rd day overdue she is.
Okay.
Well, we will tell you if we find anything.
I would be most grateful and in your debt for sure if you can return my Serena to me safely. The only family she has left. You see, her father and mother were killed mysteriously.
How long ago?
Oh, it's been a few years now. We surely believe it was one of the first attempts of the Order of the Sacred Grove to breach our perimeters. Knowing how close Serena and Serena's family was to the royal family.
So, why would... Never mind. I'll ask that question later.
Okay. And he gives you directions to the house. He says, the door's unlocked.
Okay.
Thank you. So I guess I'm going to head that way if anybody wants to join me. Or nobody.
Oh, I'm absolutely... An invitation to walk into somebody's house unsponsored, I'm absolutely...
Oh, Vale ain't missing that opportunity.
No, I'm there. I'm all over that.
One day, somebody will play a rogue in D&D with depth. That day will not be today.
It will not be today.
What's a
I
rogue?
have depth.
Vale's so shallow.
Vale is very shallow.
I was about to say, you have depth in your pocket, in
Yes.
which you do all of the stereotypical rogue stealing.
I haven't stolen anything in a long time.
Are y'all having this conversation on the way?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Absolutely. I'll have you know I haven't stolen anything for quite some time.
Everybody check your pockets.
Yep, after a while, you travel around and get around the trees and whatnot. And his house is kind of off. There's a little cluster of houses in one of the trees, and more like almost like burrows in the tree more than houses at this point. Probably over in this way. They're below the top of the tree canopy. Not far from his shop, of course.
Which one was his shop?
Let's see. Fletcher
Okay.
Tanner. So his is here.
Okay.
So you pass by what appears to be a temple,
Yep.
a tanner,
Yep.
and then right here is that building with no windows, just one door. And his house is over here, kind of in this area.
I'm sure Vale notices that the house has no windows and only one door.
Yes. Anyone who looks at it sees that it looks like it just has the one door and no windows. Which is kind of odd. Maybe it's not a house.
So, could someone give me the quick Cliff Notes Reader's Digest version while we're going here?
We have been introduced to a missing girl whose name I will always forget 30 seconds after hearing it. Most recently, Serena. So give me 30 seconds to forget it again.
Yep.
And apparently the orb of true seeing that we found in Fruiton that I've been using to, fuck around and find people is apparently a gigantically powerful mystical artifact that we're going to use to find a missing girl. Whose name?
Yay. We're going to try.
Serena.
Serena.
That was
Gotcha.
actually a great time. I remembered it. And scry works very well if you have garments, locks of hair, whatnot, for a person. So we're trying to find some of those.
All right.
Got you. So we're doing do-gooder stuff today.
Well, there may be ulterior motives.
Just because it's a good thing doesn't mean we won't benefit from doing it.
Oh, I'm not complaining. It's always nice for people that owe you a favor.
Mm-hmm.
That's
He did-
basically what I say every day, and everybody's like, "You guys aren't evil enough."
He did say he would be in your debt. That's a little more than owing you a favor.
Yes.
He did say
Oh, but he know not the extent of what our debt is.
exactly. And no one called him on it. So
So
We
We
won't
may
get to
one
the
day
house.
need another log for the fire.
So on that creepy note, let's go invade a girl's room and search through her bathroom.
Yes.
yes. So they do not have plumbing here, but
They just shit out.
they
the
have
window.
they have a bucket. Yeah, exactly. How do you think they get the fertilizer? Why do you think the ground is so fertile here?
Let's potty.
Mm-hmm.
So you get into the house. It's modest, simple house.
Mhm.
2 bedrooms, a little small kitchen with a wood burning stove, and a family room. Some pictures, drawings, of people. There's some loose change around, some coins, books. Nothing of real value or interest, just laying out and about. You get into one room. It's apparently it's his room, and there's really not much in here. This guy's pretty boring. There's his wardrobe, his bed, a desk. And on the desk are drawings of arrows. So he designs his own fletchings and arrows.
2 things. Every table or whatever that or flat surface that we walk past in the house that has multiple coins on it. And when I say multiple, I mean 4 or more.
All right.
I would like to take 1 coin.
Okay.
So however many that ends up to be, you can roll a dice for it or whatever. And if I come across any of these drawings for arrows, I will be very curious about specifically crossbow bolts.
Okay. Anybody else looking for anything in particular?
I'm going to whip out the wand of magic detection.
Ah. All right.
Mm.
Matches whips his wand
And I'm
out.
going to plug it
Excuse me
into my
while I whip
goggles.
this out.
Yes, stand back. I wouldn't want to get this on you. Plug it into his goggles and turn the little lenses and stuff and start looking around.
All right.
I'm just imagining a full-on Sheriff Bart. Excuse me while I whip this out.
That's why I said it.
Yep, pretty much. And he plugs it into his goggles,
Goggles.
and he's waving it around in front of things. What's everybody else doing? Nothing
Literally
really?
just trying to find hair
All right.
on a brush.
So yeah, one of you goes in, finds her room. There's a hairbrush on the dresser there. There's a mirror in front of her. Rick, Vale can whisper me 4 sleight of hands, please.
Whisper you 4 sleight of hands, but I don't know how to do that.
So go to the advanced die roller.
Advanced die roller. Yep.
Sleight of hands.
Yeah, I know it's sleight of hand, but I gotta whisper them.
Yeah. And there should be there should be a checkbox on your character sheet to say whisper roll to GM.
Oh, okay. Well, then let me do
That would
that.
be
See if I can
easier.
find that while you.
Go to the gear next to spells
Yeah.
And
Gear next to spells. Got it.
go straight down from the gear, and there's a thing, whisper rolls to GM, and just change it to always whisper rolls to GMs, and then change it back when you're done.
Yep.
Oh, I see. See, I learned something today. How about that?
There you go. You can teach old cats new tricks.
Old cats, new tricks. So 4 sleight of hand.
Yep. And then we'll say, Clark, you find the hairbrush. The room's kind of nice. It's got a 4-poster bed in it. It's like got a canopy on it. Obviously, teenager kind of room here, but it's nice. But it looks old. None of it looks new or fresh. It reminds you of things that you saw at the orphanage that were kind of donated items or hand-me-downs as you were growing up. Or looted treasure in some cases. So you find the hairbrush.
I'll bring it over to Furbolg, I guess.
Brata, make 2 perception rolls, please.
Oh yeah, you pick me to make perception rolls.
Everybody gets involved.
Brata has no idea what's going on, but we'll see that. All right. Nope. And maybe.
Yep. You see one.
Well,
Go ahead.
if we're actively looking for something, can we use investigation instead?
This is for something specific, though. This isn't actually looking for an item. But yeah, you can use investigation if you're looking for something specific. But these perception rolls were in reaction to something else that's happened.
The mimic that is actually the bed.
No, Brata, you catch out of the corner of your eye, you swear you just saw Vale slip something into his pocket.
I look the other way.
Okay. All right. Matches, you're just looking for anything magical at first, or are you looking for anything specifically magical? Like specific school?
I'm just looking
type
for
of-
magical stuff.
Yep.
No, I'm just looking for anything magical, probably not even paying attention to what Vale or anyone else is doing. So
Right.
one day I'll care enough about them to pay attention.
All right. Actually, you don't find anything magical in here. You see nothing magic in this entire house. You go through every room. There's no magic.
All right.
Elf without magic. What?
Yes, it's quite strange. There's no magic in this place at all.
You knew there was something fishy about this place. So you got the hairbrush. You get.
However, they are a quite trusting bunch. They are a quite trusting bunch, leaving all these coins laying around.
And their doors unlocked.
You know
But they-
that there is a nature in magic, even if it is not overt.
What's that?
I was saying that there is a magic to nature, even if
Oh
it's
yeah.
not like it's not like nature glows, but
Right. So Clark brings Furbolg the hairbrush. Was here, maybe this will help, and you have the hairbrush.
would there be enough hair on it to combine to make one lock?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, she's a shedder.
Yeah, she's a shedder. We'll say she's a shedder.
Okay. Well, then
That's mildly disturbing.
it's time to spend 10 minutes casting Scry.
All right, you're scrying while everyone else is continuing to search the house and look for things. Vale, you're thumbing through some of the drawings,
Mm-hmm.
and you do come across a few crossbow bolt designs that you've never seen before. They're rather interesting. Some of them are flat, some of them are triangular shaped. It's just look interesting.
Might have to talk to this guy about upping my stash of bolts for my crossbow.
All right. And with Scry, a few minutes later, Scry goes, you get done scrying, and you see a young woman off in the forest. Looks like she's building a fire, maybe? Yeah. It's a small little cooking fire, and on the ground next to her, you see a small woodland creature, maybe a squirrel or a small rabbit, perhaps. It's a little hard. It's just on the edge of the scry, so it's a little hard to see. But from what
Okay.
you could tell, she's alive. She doesn't look injured. Her hair's a little messed up.
She doesn't have a brush.
She's got leaves
Yeah,
and
should have a brush.
sticks in her hair, and
It just doesn't give a shit.
she's very muddy and dirty.
Is there something about the trees, like they're a particular species that I can at least identify as being different than like what's here, or like
It's kind of a mixed forest area. There are some of these firs, but there are also some oaks. You notice that the sun is to her back.
well, I mean, all she has to do is turn around at that point to put the sun in a different direction. But I suppose that's probably a directional clue. So
Yeah, roll a wisdom on that. I'll let you roll for that.
would I roll a nature or a survival?
Let's do survival.
Thanks, because I got a +8 on that one.
Hmm.
14.
You look outside, and then you glance back at the orb, and you see in relative direction of the sun. She would be facing currently away from the house. And you see the trees in the area have a little bit of moss on the shaded side of the tree. And you know, in a survival and nature, you know that moss grows on the north side of a tree.
I will not challenge you on this factual inaccuracy because I'm going to use that to my advantage. Okay, so I know where the sun is in relation to her. I know a rough north or southerly direction. So I guess it's time to somebody have a. Of course, we don't have a map lying around.
Yes, I always have a map.
Yes,
Well,
Matches has maps all the time.
Why don't we call them mapses then?
Womp womp.
Okay, so bad jokes aside, let's map some stuff.
Yes, yes, indeed. Oh, pull the map out and unfold it.
So I assume between the two of us being smart people in different ways, we could probably at least get a cone of direction from where we are to where she probably is somewhere.
Yeah, do you both have nature or survival? Do you both have any common skill that one of you could use?
I am proficient in both.
Where did they keep the skill? Okay. I mean, I have nature, I'm not proficient in it. but I have an analytical mind.
I tell you what, if one of you wants to roll nature and the other one helps, I'll give whoever rolls advantage on the roll.
All right.
And I'll use let me make sure I can do this. I'll use flash of inspiration.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Oh, there you go.
Hmm.
Nice.
That will be a dirty 30.
Dirty turdy. All right. Yeah, you have a pretty good idea based on the map that you have, the direction of the sun, the mossy trees, and everything. That she is somewhere between the village and your ship.
Hmm.
Kind of in that general area.
Okay, so like roughly how. Ooh, here's a better thing. Is there like, let's bring the brush with us. And I'm in favor of seeing if we can find this chick at the very least before she accidentally finds our ship. I don't know if anybody else is down for this right now.
I mean, as long as we can make it back to have dinner with what's her face, then sure.
Yeah, what is it, like noonish?
Not even. It's
Not even
mid-morning.
noon.
Okay, and like how far away did we park the ship? It couldn't have been that far.
27 miles.
No, it wasn't far. You managed to get there in,
Half hour.
about an hour. About an
Okay.
hour's walk.
So at worst, we can probably find her in about an hour.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
You head out, I guess. Are you all ready to head out?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do any of these dogs that follow us around, can they use their scent to help track?
You know, at this point, the dogs basically aren't even characters anymore. But you do have a druid.
The dogs are still important, though. They're
They-
still there.
We don't
are.
have Herman. Herman is still with Will White, so we do still have Mr. Fluppers with us.
You
Yeah.
do have Mr. Fluffers, that's right.
I don't know that Mr.
Mr.
Flutter is a scent dog.
Let
Mr.
Mr. Fluppers smell the brush. Go get him, boy. Go get him.
Fluffers, he smells the brush and he licks it a couple of times. And then he just puts his nose to the ground and starts sniffing, snorts up a little dirt, sneezes it out. Doesn't really look like this is gonna work. Doesn't look like he's a scent dog.
Okay, well, let's start moving in the direction that we know she's in. Like, I figure we probably have a smaller radius where she can be closer to the town, widening out as we go towards the ship. So let's just start walking in this easy area.
Okay.
I guess what?
Where are we now? We're still in the town, right?
Yeah, we're still in town. We're here.
Heading out of the town unless somebody has something they want to do first.
Nope.
I was going to say, perhaps we can get one of the locals and ask them about the area on the map to see if there are any points of interest between here and that point on the map
We
that
could
we could use.
we could go back to the Fletcher and say, hey, we got a pretty good ping on her here. We're gonna go check that out. Is there
Yes.
anything we should know?
Yes, we believe that she is in this area. Is there anything you can tell us about this area and the way there? Are there any paths? Anything like that?
Sounds like a plan.
All right. So you swing back by the Fletcher's place on your way out of town. And he says, "Oh, that area. That's not far outside of the city or outside of town. That's she used to go there all the time. There's it's where we used to go, and I taught her how to camp there, and showed her how to skin her first squirrel in that area. It's there should be a large rock, not far. If she is there should be a large rock, and on that large rock is painted her initials from when she was a child, and her first kill was taken from on top of that rock with a nice recurved bow. Actually, she made it herself.
Nice.
It was a
Hey,
squirrel.
when we get back, by the way, when we were at your place, noticed some of the drawings that you had for different types of like arrows and bolts and stuff.
Mhm.
I'd like to chat with you when we get back. I'm looking to make my stuff a little bit more accurate, we shall say.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, I tell you what, you bring Serena back in one piece. I'll make you some bolts for sure. I'll make all of you some arrows, whatever you need. I can, whether you need a headdress or arrow flights or whatever, I can hook you up. That's no problem.
Let's go find this gal.
All right, so let's set forth.
All right.
Yes, let's make sure that like he could mark on our map the most efficient way to get there.
Oh yeah. He tells you there's a series of game
All right.
trails, and he kind of draws them with a little lead pencil that he has, like charcoal pencil. Kind of draws a little path. If this is where she is, she would have taken this game trail to here and then here, and so you should be able to really zero in on this area.
All right.
I suspect we may also find clues to what's been taking the livestock where she's at as well.
Perhaps.
Perhaps that would be double win for us if you could get that as well. So you head off
Yes, it would.
into the woods, and searching is taking a little longer than just walking to or from the ship. You fan out a little bit, you come back together, you're always in sight of one another. And since you're searching, everyone roll and investigate.
Investigate. Investigation.
Wow, Brata, Furbolg are both kind of oblivious. Vale, you come across what appears to be a sprung snare trap, a very large one. You could see there was a snare set here, large enough to capture a man.
Ooh.
And the branches are broken, and there is disturbed ground all in this area. Matches, you're about 20 yards away. And across your path, perpendicular to the way you're walking, you discover some drag marks through the leaves. It's like something was drugged through. There's no blood, it's just drag marks.
Yes, I believe there's something here. Perhaps Furball, with your intimate knowledge of nature, can tell us what happened and maybe which way they went.
Can I pick up any tracks from before the snare was sprung?
Roll another investigate while you're there searching around,
Or
a tracking. Do you have a tracking thing?
survival and nature are the two tracking.
So use your nature for this one. Yeah. You see where there are some broken leaves, crushed, down into the ground, some small twigs that are broken, that sort of thing.
Can I identify what the animal was?
It doesn't look like an animal track, actually, and it's heavier than a small girl. Definitely heavier than a small elf. An elf would not have broken these sticks.
Okay,
Um,
okay. Do I have a rough idea of where I am in relation to where I was told that the big rock is?
Yeah, you kind of glance down at the map and you think you're probably a third to almost a halfway to the large rock. Um, and if you go over to where Matches was and look at the drag marks, they're going in the same direction that you think you should be going to get to that large rock.
Okay, well then I guess let's follow the trail.
Could you, and maybe I missed this because my audio is going in and out, but are you able to ascertain how fresh these tracks are?
That's a good question. Am I able to ascertain how old these tracks are?
Couple days maybe. There's some new leaf fall, some new needles on top, but for the most part, it's pretty open.
How long has the girl been missing?
Well, she's
How
3
long
days
has-
overdue. So that's part of the key to this is that she was supposed to leave. She was just supposed to have already been back.
Yes.
So she's been missing she's been off schedule for about 3 days.
Yes.
So then it could correspond with the tripping of this trap.
I don't know because I've been told that a couple is 2 and exactly 2 and only 2 and never any number except 2. And
In
2
the
is
human
fine.
world, yes. But there's
Anyway.
also things called, linguistics, and not everything is always a dictionary definition.
The look on Angela's face tells you everything you need to know about why I went into that. But anyway,
Sounds like
Maybe
somebody
go
needs
ahead
to
and make
describe
rice.
what's that?
Sounds like somebody needs to tell you what the definition is between y'all and all y'all too.
Anyway, you know what?
Let us proceed into the dark wilderness.
Let's put a
Vale's
pin-
already walking.
I think we put a pin in the dried blood for right now.
There is no dried blood.
You said there was blood and
I
stuff.
said there is no blood.
There's no blood. Okay, let's put a pin in this mysteriously trapped and disappeared animal, and let's see if we can't find Serena first, and then we can track the danger second. Maybe they're related, maybe they're unrelated.
See, I think Serena is Rambo and she traps something, and that's who we're at. That's why there's drag marks through the woods. That's why she's late getting back. Anyway, that's above the table. Let's go.
Did I understand correctly that drag marks are going in the direction where we're going?
Yes.
And
Yes.
that in the vision, and that in the crystal ball or whatever, we saw her, she was dirty and
Mhm.
full of twigs and leaves and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
She's camouflaged. She's hunting people.
The most dangerous game. Okay, well, let's see here. What
Quite possibly looking like she was drugged through mud and bush.
It could
We'll see.
It could be that. Yeah, it does look like that too.
We'll see.
It's only one way to find out, so let's keep moving.
Let's move. Let's go.
You know,
Let's do it.
Mr.
All right.
Matt, I don't suppose you have a very thundery, loud spell thing, do you?
Oh, I can make a noise for a bog, trust me.
How big of a noise?
Well, one that can be heard for miles, I suppose.
Cool. Okay, so we're about halfway to the rock, and
Vale
Okay.
is closer because he's already started walking.
okay, well, if Dale doesn't stop walking, I'm gonna thorn whip him back to the group. But let's make this really simple. I will scry in on Serena, and while I'm scrying, I'll identify like which way she's facing, and then you make your thundery business. And when she reacts to the noise and looks towards it, she'll look towards us. Get it?
All right. Perhaps we just yell really loud first and see if she looks.
Well, I mean, maybe, but then everybody else who might be around and potentially dangerous would just know that there's people to be dangerous to. Let's start with the
Yeah,
thunder
thank
and
you.
let's go from there.
Or we could just go find her.
Yeah, but she could be anywhere. There's no saying that she's at the rock. Give me 10 minutes and I'll tell you almost exactly where she is.
She knows these woods. In 10 minutes, she could be completely gone.
Except that after those 10 minutes, we'll know exactly where she is.
Okay.
So let's do my scrying, thunder, directioning bullshit.
All right. So everybody stands around and kicks the dirt while Furbolg casts Scry. Matches, are you going to cast a spell when he tells you it's ready?
I suppose.
So he gets it all ready. Everything's set and go. You cast your spell.
I'm not quite comfortable doing this, but I'll do it anyway.
All right. What spell is it that you're going to use? Or are you just going to blast your
I'll
cannon?
use Thunder Wave.
Thunder Wave. All right. Oh, there's another hotspot that followed us. It's another hotspot.
I love how this one says Haas Master. It's pretty
Yeah.
good.
There's also one that
Welcome, Haas. Thanks
Haas
for joining us.
00312. You can't stop me. That's also a bot. Will be unbeaten. That's also one. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of hotspots. Well, welcome to the stream, hotspot. We're glad you could be here with us. You cast Thunder Wave and kick up a large dust storm around you that completely blows away the path and trail of drag marks that you had visible. Furbolg, you do see she reacts. She turns to face directly at the scry where her back was to you. Roll a perception. Let's see how perceptive you are of this.
Pretty perceptive.
Pretty
22.
perceptive. All right. You see that rock in the background, probably 30 yards from her. So she's looking back at you. The rock is behind her about 30 yards.
Okay. Well then, it's time to make with some speed.
So where was she?
Well, she's at the rock. But also
She was at the rock. Okay. Here we
Also
go.
specifically, there's no danger currently at her, which I now also know.
But
Anyway,
she's at
Unless,
the
of
rock.
course, she was.
So let's go.
Unless, of course, she was hiding, and the thunder could attract.
but then they're coming to not her. They're coming to where we are, like a mile away from the rock. Nothing is bringing anything down on her. You people, do you not understand how tracking
Want me
works?
to put the
Can
chicken
we
in the
go?
No, this
What?
has been
Shall we
very
put the chicken
convoluted
in
way
the-
to do
Yes.
this.
other stuff in it? The whole packed chicken?
Yes,
Does it need to be cut up or something?
yes. Just cut it in like long way strips.
And the okra, the whole pack of okra?
Okay. So
So Matches is cooking dinner.
Yeah,
Sounds
Matches
like-
is making dinner.
somebody's making
love it.
gumbo.
Yeah, somebody's
Somebody-
making chicken gumbo. That's what it sounds like.
Making gumbo, and that
Um,
sounds delicious right now.
Anyway,
Okay, fine. It's convoluted,
Yes,
but
I
I
am.
know, and it cost us nothing.
nothing
God.
but time. Nothing but time.
Actually,
Brata's moving in
actually,
motion.
it costs me resources.
It did cost you time.
In the language of spellcasters, I just heard him say, "Bro, it's a level 1 spell slot. Don't you have like 40 of them?"
No, because spellcasters don't talk that way because they don't know what level spells are. All right,
That's right.
so
Yes.
moving on.
This is your opinion.
Moving on. I want to find this girl
Come
so we
on,
can make
Vale,
our dinner
let's
date.
go. So, yeah.
Let's
I'm
go.
So can I be like Yoda? Can I be like Yoda and ride on Vale's back as he runs to the
Sure,
woods?
let's go. I'll carry you. Let's go.
No, I was gonna conjure everybody horses, but like now, I don't know.
The horses can't fit through this. Like, they could fit, but it would be actually slower because you'd have to watch how you ride them through the brush.
Fine.
trees.
Well then, hang on.
So-
Oh, Vale.
You don't need to conjure anything or do anything. You know that she's like half a mile from you at best. Maybe a mile. You can walk there in 10 minutes. Like,
Well, fine.
Brata's
I know
happy
you're trying to
her.
use all your skills in this one encounter, but we don't need to.
Oh,
Okay? You could have been
Brata-
there by now
Brata
and
would-
finished this encounter.
Fine. So we go there, and apparently we arrive there without difficulty or encounter because we could have
Yes.
already been done with this 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But that's
Um,
what D&D's all about.
because
It's
you're
all
s-
about, hey, this could be really dangerous. We should investigate it first, and that's cool, but let's just go.
Yeah. Without
Remember-
the back talk, this whole thing would have taken 2 minutes.
But
2
look-
minutes.
Y'all are level
That's right.
8 characters. You're level 8.
That's right.
You're thinking like level 2 characters.
Listen,
You're level
I don't
8.
know if you're going to send an elder dragon at us.
So
Yeah, there's a
So
dragon waiting for us
Brata's
in the
pretty
woods.
to her. What Brata's there. She's there.
Brata's running to her. Vale is carrying matches on his back. We're almost
Right.
there.
y'all are making a
Not
break
running,
for it.
just walking
Yes.
with purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get there without any encounters, apparently, because Billy wrote nothing for us to run into in this process.
Oh
Careful,
no, he
Mike.
did, but
Careful,
it
Mike.
got blown away when we used your idea. Now the tracks are gone, and that lead is
Hang on. Thunderwave only works for like 10 feet. So all we have to do is take 3 big steps away and we'll get back to the trail. Anyway,
okay. Sure.
anyway,
So we find the
So
girl.
we
Hey,
find Serena.
we get to
Serena.
Serena.
Serena, your uncle sent us. He said you were in danger or could be in danger. Serena. Trying not to draw any
And,
undue attention to myself.
and your shampoo is quite lovely.
That wasn't,
creepy.
That was a
I'm
while ago
saying
in
that's
chat.
that's creepy Hall of Fame right there.
That
Boy.
was-
That was
was-
a while ago in
That
chat.
was a while ago. Yeah.
Well, when we were all
Who's-
sniffing
who
the
gets
brush,
there
remember
first?
Remember when we were passing the brush around sniffing it?
Yeah.
That was just you, man. That was just
Yeah,
you.
that was,
That was,
You and the
that was just
dog.
me?
You and the dog.
That was just me? Oh.
Yeah. I mean, he is a
Oh.
goblin. Goblins sniff a lot of things, I guess.
Yeah, they do. It's like Kinder and Spoons. Anyway, you all get to an area where there's a small clearing, and on the far side of that clearing, you do see this large boulder. And about the time you take the first step into this clearing, an arrow just thuds in the ground right in front of you. If you would have stuck a foot forward to take another step, it would have planted into your foot. Whoever's first in line.
I mean, I'm 0% afraid of arrows, so I'm just gonna keep on moving.
A second arrow lands one step in front of you again.
Serena.
I mean, we should hold up her hairbrush.
Your uncle sent us.
He thought your hair might be unkempt.
Your uncle Ricardo Montalban sent us.
Hey, was she shooting the arrows? Because my audio was clicking out.
It would appear that way. We haven't seen anybody.
You haven't
yet.
seen
Yeah.
anyone yet.
Oh, for
Uh,
sure. Yeah.
But we
but
saw her on the rock, right?
no, you didn't see her. You saw the rock.
Oh,
Look out the room.
When you say that, Serena, your uncle sent us, and you hold out the hairbrush, you see a small, wiry elf kind of step from behind a large tree. It looks almost like she hopped down from the tree. Making no noise, she strides out, wearing what looks like a coat or a cape made of twigs and leaves, and she has a hood that's nothing but sticks and leaves, and her face is dirty, but it's the color of the ground. She says, "My uncle, what does he do?" And she has her bow trained and an arrow knocked and just ready to aim.
He's a Fletcher.
He makes those things you're about trying to shoot at us and said you made that bow.
What's his name?
Ardo Montalban.
No.
Oh, I know you don't know his name, so.
Menderhold.
Yeah, that's it.
You're not elves. Why should I
We are.
trust you?
We are not elves, but we are part of the Order, not Sacred Grove, Order of the Two Moons, and we've been sent here to help.
And she lowers her bow and she says, "Thank God you're here to help. Somebody help me carry this fat guy out of these damn woods so we can figure out what in the hell he's doing here."
What fat guy?
And
Show him to me.
She uncovers a rope that's down in the grass and she drags with like all her might. You can tell she's just physically exhausted. Drags this guy out. And he's not really fat, but he's very muscular and built. And he is dressed in the uniform of the Order of the Sacred Grove and appears to be a scout. She has him tied, bound, gagged. His clothes are ripped and his, you know.
I don't think it's a good idea to take him back to the village.
Let's strip him naked first.
Yes. Strip him. But do not take.
Uh-oh.
Could we at least use this one for fuel for the ship?
I think we should once we're done with him.
I think we're losing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Fail.
Rick froze.
That's okay.
We should take off everything this man is wearing, burn it, and then take him naked back to the city.
I think there'll be no, don't take him to the city. No. If they're tracking him, they will find him wherever he's at.
Fair point.
Unfortunately, if somebody else can scry, there's nothing we can do to stop them from scrying short of some kind of magic blocking circle.
Yeah.
But
But I
we'll
think
take
the
a-
Ublex would enjoy this one.
Yeah, but we need
Yes.
to get information out of him first.
We
What
could feed
information
him.
do we need?
How the
Whether
Lord
know
of the
why
Sacred
is he
Grove was
here.
tracking Wilt Chamberlain, and how
We already know that. They're using eyes of true seeing or gems of true seeing. We know that.
so the gems just
I-
allow you to true see. The gems don't allow you to scry. Only the orb can scry. And if you don't know somebody and you don't have an object that belongs to them, it is very difficult to scry an enemy.
Do you
As
think
I
he's going to tell you?
Excuse me.
Yes, Matches.
I don't mean to interrupt you, children, but I know there is one surefire way to figure out what this thing knows.
Okay.
You can feed him to our obelisk friend, or it devours his mind and has all of its memories.
Is that how the
You
Ublex
know,
The Ublex can do that. Yeah.
Matches would
Ublex can
would
do
know
that.
that. And yeah, that is how they work.
all right, let's do it.
Matches gets yeah. That is a
I didn't
great
realize it was an intellect devour.
Mhm.
All right, I pick
Mhm.
him up and start carrying him towards the ship.
I mean, do we want Serena to know that we have a nautiloid ship?
Yeah, that is the other part is we can't just like
Right.
take this guy away from Serena without her being like, let me come with you. I have a vested interest in this man.
I think we let her come along.
Why not? It's not like we weren't flying openly for everybody to see.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Exactly.
But they're gonna know very soon that we have a nautiloid ship anyway. They're gonna know.
Yeah.
It's not like we're gonna hide this thing forever.
It becomes a problem. We feed
Soon.
to it too.
Exactly. If it becomes a problem, we feed them to the oobloid too. Or the
I don't
ooblex.
think it will be, but if we had to, that is an option.
Listen,
No,
this
you're.
isn't going to be Little Shop of Horrors where we feed every single person on all of Skid Row to the goddamn Audrey too. Like, at some point, we do need the people on Skid Row
Yes.
to be our friends and not think of us as intellect devouring kidnappers.
All I want to
Only do that if they're a problem. I'm not gonna. If somebody's not my
Yes.
enemy, I'm not feeding them to the thing.
Right.
Ever.
That was the whole thing with the whatever the gnomes.
gnomes.
The gnomes. They weren't my enemy, so I wasn't going to feed them. But this guy, this is Order of Sacred Grove. He's fair game. Feed him, and then we know everything he knows.
I'm not against feeding this guy to the Oblex. I'm against feeding everybody who's like, "Oh man, you have a nautiloid ship." I'm not okay
no,
with
no,
that.
no, no, no. Not just because
That's
they
not
know
what
we
the
have
plan
a
was. At
no,
least
not because they know we have the
Everybody
ship.
who doesn't like our ship to the Oblex.
No.
Nobody said that.
We all agree there.
Nobody said that. That
Yes.
was never implied that.
We said if she was a problem, as in if she caused us a problem.
Yeah.
Everybody knows we have the ship. Nobody's trying to hide that, or at least I'm not.
I'm
I
not
doubt
trying to hide
matches
anything.
it.
I didn't want to take it in the
Yeah,
first place,
or-
but I'm not trying to hide that we have it.
So
All right.
let's go.
So, y'all decide to take the Order of the
wait.
Sacred Grove guy to the ship. Is that what the plan is?
Do we have time to do that and make it back in time for dinner?
I think so. Because it was only
Drop him off and a beeline straight back. Yeah.
I was gonna say we could what was the expression from Red 2? We can caramelize his onions for a few hours under the Oblex.
Yeah, we got time because it'll only take us about an hour, hour and a half to get back to the city from the ship. So,
Yep. All right.
and if anything, it's just barely lunchtime. So,
It
perfect
might be a
timing
little.
for the Ooblex.
Yeah, it might be a little after. Might be a little after. So
Actually, Matches might know this. Is there any kind of magical shielding on the ship?
I don't think so.
No.
So there would be
not that you have discovered yet. If there is, you have not discovered it.
So by the same token of not taking him to the Elf City, there's nothing that would stop one of his friends from scrying him and being like, "Oh, this guy's in a really weird ship thing with a monster in it."
He won't be there long.
I mean,
Yes.
over the table, it's two max hit points per day is what the Ooblex devours. That seems like a fat
Would
guy.
they even know what they were looking at? But would they even know what they were looking at?
I agree
A
that
dark
it's,
room.
I agree that it's low odds that they would know what they're looking at, but I think the most dangerous thing that we could come upon would be somebody who does know what they're looking at.
That's fair. That's fair.
Let's. I'm really torn because, like, we definitely need to torture this guy for information, and we definitely need to feed the Ooblex.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win.
I just don't want the wrong person on his side to know about this ship right now. Maybe the elves have something that can block scrying.
Serena looks at you all and says, "You have a ship?"
Oh yeah, we have a ship.
Yeah, did you see the nautiloid that flew by recently? That was us.
I didn't see that, but interesting. You have a ship.
Yes.
So
With Journey.
he's
Yes,
already,
Journey was played on the radio.
he told me he was here. He told me he was here to look for a way in. Now, only those who are allowed in, invited, or from there, the only ones that can get in. So he was trying to find a way in, which means he could possibly. There's a few things he could do, right? He could disguise himself as someone who's invited. He could just watch and wait for another group to go through and walk through. But he was specifically probing at the border, and I caught him. I trapped him. Brought him here, and I've been working on him for a few days now. He's tough, but he doesn't know much. I just didn't want to kill him myself. It's
Well,
different.
if you just want to kill him, I can help you with that.
It's different killing a human, another living human type creature, than it is an animal.
This
It's just
is
different for me. I've never.
This is
I've never
Order of the
taken a
Sacred
life.
Grove. Yeah, this is Order of the Sacred Grove. They're not human. They're beneath
These are
human.
not people.
And the guy starts squirming and kind of kicking the dirt, like he's trying to get
Crossbow.
away.
Crossbow leveled at him off of the corner of my eye. I wouldn't move 1 inch farther if I were you.
So, Serena, is there some kind of object or magic that the elves here have access to that can prevent a scrying magic from being cast on this guy?
Perhaps there could be. Our village has been safe for hundreds of years, and no one's ever found us until recently. So something kept them away.
Hmm.
Can I take an insight check based on what I know about magic and such?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Sound-
You can use an insight or arcana.
I'm going to go with insight. Int skills are not my friend. And insight is not my friend either.
So would matches know about the spell?
You may. Yeah, you can roll for it.
What the hell? Something scrying. Can't. I had it a while ago.
It's you would know.
Protection from scrying. That is in 5th edition, right?
Probably
Yeah.
not.
Protection from scrying.
No, I don't think it is in 5th anymore.
No, I don't think it is.
There's only 2 spells that can work. Or an item.
I mean, over the table, the obvious one is anti-magic field, but the big question is whether the shield that goes around the city prevents scrying. Man, Arcana's not your friend. We are rolling poorly at the moment. Okay, well, I don't know.
He seems to be just a scout.
Okay, well,
I just couldn't get him to tell me how many more there were. They've got.
How many more are there?
He's like, he can't talk. He's grunting and he's gagged. So
okay, let's take him to the ship, and we can let Serena see the ship also, because I think we can really quickly get this guy to crap himself / speak a whole bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I'm in. Let's do this.
so let's. I say we take him to the ship. We let the Oblex feed on him a little bit. If he's still alive after like 2 days, we kill him.
The Obelix can tell us his memories and his thoughts.
Mhm.
So
All of
Question:
them.
I guess the Oblex could kill him itself.
it could, yeah,
Okay.
or it would kill him with time. So
Well,
Wait. I know what to do. How many of us are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus Serena is 6. Plus how
Eris,
are
7.
7? Dang it. The teleportation thing. We can
I
teleport any place we've been once per day
yeah, but where would we go?
inside the ship.
Why teleport when we could just walk?
Because if he's being watched, they'll see which direction he's going. If we just disappear, they don't know where he went.
it would be very magically intensive to have every single person under a constant scry.
That's not how scry works. Above the table, scry is you're scrying on the target, but you can see everything around it.
Yeah, but scry doesn't last forever.
No, it doesn't.
No, but just like you can basically scry at will, you got to figure. Remember what I've told you guys in the past. If you can do it, it exists in the world, and others can do it too.
Correct.
Right. So if
That-
you
that's
can,
where I-
you would
that's
you
where
would
I-
have to assume that other people would be able to scry constantly.
Absolutely. It was really just the ability to do it constantly versus being magically intensive, like I said, because there seems to only be one orb of, I mean, I guess there are probably other scrying orbs in the world, even if they're not the legendary true seeing orb.
Right.
While y'all
Okay.
are having this conversation, Barata's already picked this guy up and is walking towards the ship.
Yeah, let's just,
Yes. Excellent idea, Brata. I'll join her.
Wait, where'd Brada go? Oh,
Ooh.
here we go.
wait, hang on. Just
No.
let's split the party. Let's just split the party so we have some amount of people who teleport this guy instantly.
Well, Brata's already like off into the woods.
Yeah.
So she's walking. If
Brata.
he's being scried, they're watching him. If not, they're not. You know, it's
Brata, wait 1 second. Come back here for a second.
Oh, we need to take action. No more
We're-
talk.
No,
Action.
no more talk. This is what we're gonna do. You and the prisoner, and who else? We need one, possibly two other people to go with them. Take him to the ship, feed him to the Ublex, walk back. If
Okay.
they're scrying on him, not you. So once you
I
leave the
missed
ship, they
all
won't
that.
see anything.
We're going to have a small teleport
continuing
party
to
that
miss
goes to the ship with the prisoner. And I think Matches should be part of that since he's our ship guy.
I think so too.
Matches, Brata, prisoner.
Neris and probably Serena.
We don't need to, there's not a benefit to taking Serena to the ship.
Unless she just insists. But
'Cause I
even
was
then, I mean, I don't care, whatever.
It's her prisoner.
Serena.
Oh, we lost
oh,
matches.
we
for a
lost
second.
matches again. He
They
might
already
be back.
teleported. They already teleported, so I can't hear Matches.
Right. Oh,
And so
there he is.
He's back.
Well, I guess let's turn to Serena and say we should
Hello.
return.
Hey,
You're
you're back.
back.
We got you.
So I'll talk to Serena and I'll say we should return you to the city now that we've stopped the scout. We are part of a treaty. What's the name of the evil people treaty?
The Treaty of
Treaty between
Baymore.
evil people.
The Treaty of Baymore.
Amor.
Treaty of Baymore. Okay, we are signatories. Well, we're not signatories. We are members of signatories of the Treaty of Baymore. So we are honor bound to share with you any information that we extract from the prisoner.
Yes.
Okay. It's just,
So
I didn't know what else
Brata-
to do, so I just kept him here. I figured eventually someone would come looking for me.
Brata, Neris, Matches, the prisoner. Anybody else to the ship? Okay. So Clark, Furbolg, myself, we'll get Serena back to the city, or she'll get us back to the city, one of the two. Who had the teleportation thing? Was that you, Clark? Or was that who was that?
It's pretty interchangeably held as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I'm not sure who had it last. It might have been me, but I mean,
All
one
right,
of us has it. So
We'll say that you had it. You can give it to Matches or Brata.
It'll be safe with me.
We can use it once a day. So use it to get to the ship and then walk back to the city.
Is that what you're going to do then?
So it is written, so it shall be.
Yes.
All right. You get back to the ship, teleport, poof. I guess you're going to just take him down to the Ublex and put him in the chair. in the nav seat.
No. First, I'm going to say, hello, my friend. How are you today? To the Ublix.
And you hear
Are
some.
you tired of eating mindless? Are you tired of eating mindless minds of summoned forest creatures?
And you see the tentacles kind of slide out from underneath the grating and forms into a person that you've never seen before. And the Simulacarian looks at you as, you've brought me something delicious. You've brought me something
Oh, yes.
warm.
Yes.
Real
Yes.
memories, real mind. I can't wait.
We need to know what he knows.
I was getting there, Brata. Negotiation tactics.
Okay.
Fine.
Understand.
Before y'all do that, did you guys strip down the guy and like take everything he had?
Oh yeah, we stripped him in the woods.
Did
Oh,
he
yeah.
have anything of interest?
It'll
Standard
still be there.
standard Order of the Sacred Grove loadout, basically, for a light scout. So the gem and, that kind of stuff was on him. All right.
I want to speak to the Obelix in Gith. I want to say, do you understand me?
This is, of course, back in Gith.
Remember who brought you this meal. I say in Gith.
All right. And it responds back. But of course, my captain.
Excellent. Brata, if you'll do the honors.
Speaking of which, does
I'll say that.
Brata kind of speaks Gith?
I think it's been established.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
and Neris
yeah.
is there too, so
And
it's
Neris
not
is there
like-
too.
Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure that Matches wasn't thinking he was like being secret.
Even if he was thinking it, that's for him,
And we're not there.
You're not
So
there. So yeah. to remind him that.
We have no idea that he said anything to do Blex and Gith.
Yes.
So
Go ahead.
I take the prisoner wherever it is that he needs to be taken so the Ublex can eat him.
All right. So there is the chairs around the nav consoles.
Mhm.
Those are there, and you can chain him in, kind of shackle him in. He's struggling and resisting, but you're far stronger than he is. And you get him restrained into the chair. And as soon as you do and you step away, one of the tentacles comes out and slaps into the back of his brain, his head. And you see him just writhe, his eyes roll back, and he starts shaking as this Ublex starts to eat on him and feed. Oh, come back here, Dice. Oh, yes. And feed on him. And all of a sudden, as this happens, you see on the back wall of this room, you remember there were some, like, what looked like windows. They light up. And you start seeing images flash across some of them. They're actually like screens, and you start seeing.
I had a feeling that's what that was.
Yep. You start seeing flashes from looking out from at different things. A bicycle, a teddy bear. Little moments, glimpses, flashes. You see a reflection, and it's a younger version of this person that's in the chair. And that's when it clicks, matches. You understand immediately that these are showing you the memories as the Ublex
Yes.
starts feeding on them. And these are very young, very early memories. The easiest ones to pull out. All right. Everybody else is headed back to
Just
town
wait
with Serena.
patiently.
Yeah, you wait patiently.
Yes, headed back to town.
Headed back to town. It doesn't take you long. Serena knows the exact perfect, quickest path back, but she knew she shouldn't bring this. You're talking. She knew she shouldn't bring him back with her. Didn't know what else to do. So, as she was taught by her uncle, to only if you're in distress or need help, stay in the place where you were last known to be, and eventually help will come. Right. So, do you take her straight back to her uncle?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So he is overjoyed. As soon as he sees her step in, he just runs and wraps his arms around her and embraces her in a huge hug. And then he lets go for a moment, looks at you and says, thank you so much. And he does some quick looking around and goes, where are the rest of you? There were more of you.
Yes, there were. We had your niece, very capable. Just going to throw that out there for you. Very capable. There was somebody wandering around out there and she kind of took about a commission. We handled it from there. That's where the rest of them are. They're taking care of him.
Oh, very well indeed. I'm sure that Lady Alyssa will want to know this.
Well, we have an audience with her later, so.
Oh, wonderful. Maybe Serena could come with you. Serena, darling, why don't you go home and get cleaned up? You look an awful mess.
Wait. Who's got a brush?
I think Furbolg still has it.
Yeah, I think Furbolg has the hairbrush.
I mean, I probably gave it to her.
Okay.
Like it's her brush, and she obviously needs a hairbrush right now.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
why I'm like, give her the hairbrush back.
All right. She says, thank you, Uncle. I desperately, and she goes, I desperately need a bath, and I smell quite horrible. I can't go see Lady Alyssa like this. And she thanks you all so much for helping her with the problem, and she heads off towards the house to get cleaned up. And it's mid-afternoon, probably. Got a couple hours before this dinner is supposed to happen.
Okay.
You had a lot of bleed over coming there, Matches. I had to mute you. It was ducking my audio on my side. What do you all want to just hang out and wait for Matches and the rest to get back?
Well, while we're waiting, I want to talk to the Fletcher guy about crossbow bolts.
Oh yeah,
Looking for
About-
something. Yeah.
Yeah, same about arrows, and I want to show him my oath bow and see if he recognizes it and has anything special for it.
Yep. Same thing with the hand crossbow, because it's that newer one that I got from the weaponsmith in wherever we were. So I want to show it to him, see if he's ever seen anything like it, see if he can match a bolt to it that would fly much truer, much straighter, all that good stuff.
Sure. Clark, he looks at your oath bow and he says, "My, this is a magnificent piece of craftsmanship. I don't know that there's much more I could do to the bow itself. Maybe some restringing, maybe some. Does it make a lot of noise when you loose the strings?" And he
I
pulls.
don't know, does it?
It makes a standard. You don't have any silencers on it or anything. And he pulls out these little. They look like fuzzy balls. Like they're like got all these long, tingly. It's kind of hard to describe. I'm trying to think of how to describe a bow silencer. I don't know.
It's a fuzzy
just
ball that attaches to the string.
Yep.
And it
And
absorbs the
it absorbs
the wind
the-
whisper.
The wind
Yeah, like
absorbs the
those
vibration.
Like the little wind socks or the little wind things that you can put on the end of a small microphone, the real fuzzy ones. They look a
Yeah.
lot like those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have a bunch of like fingers that come off
Yeah.
of them, right?
Yeah.
To absorb the vibration and the wind. So
Yep.
he says these will help it be more silent and less vibration. We'll take some of the shock out of the loose. So these are really popular these days. Says I could outfit you with these, put some new strings, tune it just a little bit. It looks like you, yeah, it might need a little bend here, and he's pointing a couple of things. So I can work on it for you if you'd like. Give me a couple days.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, great. And this, where did you get this? I have not seen anything like this ever before.
So that was in Karnengother, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the weaponsmith in Karnengother, whatever his name was.
Wasn't that Sir Helmond Mayonnaise?
Was it Helmond?
I think it was.
It might have been.
He says, my goodness, they're using metal nowadays.
Yeah.
Nothing sacred. You can't even get a good wood bow anymore. Using
I
metal.
mean, you should try to fire it once. It's pretty sweet. I'd give him a bolt.
Is it a standard bolt or one of the metal bolts?
It's one of the bolts that came with the hand crossbow, yeah.
Okay, so one of the lightweight metal ones.
Yep.
And he says, okay. He just walks outside and aims down at the ground. He looks around, makes sure nobody's coming, and he steadies it and fires the arrow, and he looks pleasantly surprised that there's very little recoil and vibration. So this is a fine piece of craftsmanship as well. I'd be interested in maybe looking at this design a little bit and see if there's anything I could do to it.
Take some drawings of it if you'd like. I mean, I don't think Helmond de Mayonnaise is going to get mad at you if he finds out you've made one too.
Okay. I'll definitely would like to take a look at this. In a couple of days, I can do some drawings
just so I know where it's at, just in case we get into a scrap.
It'll be here.
Kind of need it.
It'll be
Kind
here.
of need it, maybe. But yeah,
Let's hope you don't.
I'm
Let's
hoping.
hope you don't. Is there anything for your friends as well? Anything? Anyone need anything?
They're all pretty hand-to-hand combat-y kind of people, so.
Okay. Well, I'm good friends with the tanner as well, and so grippings and scabbards and that sort of thing.
All right.
Maybe I can work a favor for him as well.
Sounds good.
Anything. You brought my Serena back. I'm so thrilled that she is safe and okay. Just wish she wouldn't do that. That scares me. It worries me when she's gone for that long. That girl, I swear she's going to be the death of me.
She was very capable out there. She knew exactly what she was doing. You taught her well.
Well, she taught me a few things also. So, well, I tell you what, I must get back to my work. I appreciate it. And you have a dinner to go prepare for, I believe.
We do indeed. When he turns his back, someplace corner of the room or whatever coins I picked up from his place earlier, I put them down in the corner of the room.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Let's see. Brata and Matches, and was that it? Just Brata, Matches, and Neris that went to the ship? Okay.
Yeah.
Herbold, did you need anything from the Fletcher?
Not from the Fletcher, since I don't fire bows, but a nice shield might go well.
He'll talk to the tanner and see what he could recommend, or if there's someone he recommends. The tanner works with that kind of stuff. Maybe a wood with like a leather overlay kind of thing. Might work. He'll work on something for you. All right, so back on the ship, you've got the guy chained in. The Oobleck says, "No need to wait around. I'll save these for you, and let you know that they'll be stored. The memories can be stored for recall later."
Excellent.
All right. So you all head back as well, I take it?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. Neris says, I believe it would be wise for me to stay here until this process is complete, just in case, as you all said earlier, someone was watching and can discover his location. I think it'd be safe if I stayed. Watched guard, make sure no one tampers with us. Is that okay with you, Commander?
Yes, that's fine. Are you planning on staying here until I send word for you?
I have a question.
Yes. Is it for a question for Neris?
Audio is just really crap. What exactly is your relationship with Brata? Yes, what exactly is your relationship with Brata? I'm going to ask Neris.
Brata is
What
my
is
leader.
the nature of your connection?
She is my commander. She carries the sword of the Gith. I am commanded by the sword of the Gith. She awakened me. She asked me to rise and fight in battle. I am answering the call.
And so and so you have to obey whatever order she gives you, right?
It is customary that the Gith obey the order of the Gith commander. If we do not, then we could be sentenced to death.
It's also customary for the Gith and Mind Flayers to be mortal enemies as well.
Well, of course, they were our enslavers. They kept us enslaved for hundreds of years until we rose up against them, defeated them in the great battle. In the war, freed all of my people.
Now, if I remember correctly, you had objections to us using this ship and dealing with this creature.
I do.
So you wouldn't have any ulterior motive to stay here, to perhaps sabotage our vessel?
It has become my understanding that you have sworn, you and your compatriots here have sworn an oath against the Order of the Sacred Grove. The Order of the Sacred Grove once worshipped us as heroes. The Mind Flayers want this ship. They want this ship so they can reopen the portal, so they can bring back the hive, so they can enslave this world. I have no allegiance to the Order of the Sacred Grove, and the Mind Flayers are my sworn enemy. My allegiance is to my commander, Brata. I can see how you might find this a perplexing situation for me to be in, but I assure you that my motives are to protect my commander.
Good. So, Brata, if you wouldn't mind, could you please issue the command to your subordinate here that he is not to do anything to harm this ship or that creature?
I roll my eyes
He
and
is
I
to protect
say,
it.
I roll my eyes and I look at Neris and I say, please don't do anything to harm the ship or the Oblix or anything like that. Like this guy said, I'll call for you when we need you.
And not to allow harm to come to it. If you don't mind.
Oh, don't allow anything to happen to the ship or the Oblix if you can avoid it.
Very well, Commander. Should I need assistance, I shall raise the alarm.
Okay.
All right. And you all head back. I'm just checking the time, everybody, because we are approaching time. I know it's getting late.
Yes.
It is that
Uh,
time.
It is.
Not a bad time to say we'll do the dinner later.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea to call it a stopping point here for tonight. We can do the dinner next session.
Yes.
So thanks. Wow, that's a tough one to say, and I don't want to mess it up. We appreciate those last minute follows there at the end of our stream. Thank you so much for those, helping us get to our goal of 100 followers by Halloween. We really appreciate that. And thanks to everyone who stuck with us throughout the entire stream tonight. We know we had some technical difficulties with some of the internet connections dropping and freezing up and coming back, but we made it through season 2, episode 1, the Welcome Home campaign. We love you all so much. Hey, I did it right this time.
Yay!
You can find us here first and third Saturday nights, 6 p.m. Eastern time for the Welcome Home campaign. On the second and fourth Saturdays of every month, 12 noon, we have a whole nother cast that plays Horde of the Dragon Queen. On Tuesday nights, we play a new game that will be coming out very, very soon. We're doing some test play called Weird. It's by Charisma Kills Studio. We also play other games like Delta Green. We play Call of Cthulhu. We play Tales from the Loop. Many other things. If you missed any of tonight's show or any show of ours and you want to go catch up, hit up our YouTube over there on the chat. I think we have a link going in the YouTube for you, or in the in the Twitch chat. Join our Discord. Buy our merch. Love us as much as we love you all, because you make it so much fun for us to do this. But we will be back here Tuesday night, hopefully. If we're not playing Weird Tuesday night, we will be playing something else. Probably Tales from the Loop, but not 100% sure yet. So we'll be playing something on Tuesday night, even if it's not Weird. But it will get weird, trust me, because that's all we do is get weird around here. Anyway, with that, folks, I'm your Dungeon Master, Billy Jackal Crossing. This is the cast of Welcome Home with Vale, Clark, Brata, Furbolg, and Professor Matches. Telling you all, thank you so much. We love you to pieces. Until next time, stay well, stay healthy, and see you around. Bye, everybody. Oh, yeah. Get out of our dungeon.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, y'all.